ask me if there'll come a time when I grow tired of you. Never my love, never my love. You wonder if this heart of mine will.
This song is so perfect for this visual.
All right, now it definitely looks like I'm about to molest this bear.
What makes you think love will end when you know that my whole life depends on you? Da, 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 da. Say you fear I'll change my mind, I won't require you. Never my love, never my love, never my love. How can you think love will end when I've asked you to spend your whole life?
Sing it. Hey.
Don't be scared. I'm a harmless little bear.
Absolutely. What is up, everybody? We got Greg chilling. I'm sitting on the chair. Greg standing by the fire. You know, we getting cozy. We're going to have a nice little cozy chat. Shout out to Quantum, Dawn Frank, who wants to, pop in between her, breaks, lunch. She out working. Greg in the chat and on the panel. We got Bree. Enya, what's going on, everybody? Happy Sunday, happy Sabbath, happy whatever this is to you. Hope it's happy. Hope it's happy. How are you feeling today, Greg? Man, how's your Sunday going with no mowing, hopefully?
Oh, no, I took the day off, If God can do it, why can't I?
Exactly.
I might do a little bit later. I'm not going to lie. But, for now, I set my yard on fire Friday, so I'm
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. So
listen,
everybody.
It was entertaining.
No, I'm sure it was. You have a large yard, though. I'm sure you didn't set the entire yard on fire.
No. It was more a big pile of dead grass that I had to run out with a shovel and shuffle off to a fire pit.
Okay. So really quickly, everybody, what we are here for today, because we are here unusually on a Sunday afternoon. I know Bree will be live in about 4 hours over there on Twitch, so I will be in there for the Fangers. I'll be in there for the Vampires. But right now, Greg had a rant. We're talking about that man versus bear stuff for a lot. It's been going on for about a couple weeks now. So it's still here and there, hither and thither on the internets. And Greg had a rant. So what I want to do for fun, because that was great. That was a song Greg had sent me. I had to play that to start the show. But I do want to guess. I'm going to guess how today's stream is going to go with a video clip. And then after that, we'll see if it goes the way I predict. So this is how I believe Greg's rant is going to go visualized.
Let's begin. The tradition of Festivus begins with the airing of grievances. I got a lot of problems with you people. Now, you're going to hear about it. You, Kruger, my son tells me your company stinks.
Oh, God.
Quiet, you'll get yours in a minute. Kruger, you couldn't smooth a silk sheet if you had a hot date with a babe. I lost my train of thought.
Bill is more than just the sum of his demographic parts. He's more than just the actor playing him. He represents every person who ever fell down and couldn't get back up again. Every person who followed the rules and did what everyone expected and got punished for it. Who did everything right and still got screwed over by a system that was stacked against them. Who spent their entire life striving for something better only to discover that they were not economically viable. Every person who bought into the great American dream only to be handed the great American lie. In a world where the gap between rich and poor has never been wider, where kids are pushed into expensive colleges to get useless degrees that leave them with debts they can never hope to repay, where people are making six-figure salaries but can barely afford the rent, where the very idea of owning a home is a crazy pipe dream belonging to previous generations, where people are more angry, more isolated, more medicated, more exploited, and more overwhelmed than at any time in human history, where young people are quietly giving up on a society that blatantly doesn't care about them anymore. That is what Bill represents. He's everyone, because everyone has the potential to end up just like him. All it really takes is one bad day.
One bad day. So that is what I feel like is going to come out of Greg today. But we're going to see. That's my prediction. We are going to see where it goes. Hey, Anae, hello. How are you today? Good to see you. But Greg, go ahead and start us off. What was your contention with the man versus bear? Or, start where you wish.
So, yeah, I was actually going to ask you what your first thought, like your first reaction when you heard women were saying bear over man.
My gut reaction was, this is stupid. This is absolutely moronic. I think whole math. Go ahead.
Oh no, I just why was it stupid though?
Well, because if you're in the forest and there's a man there, you don't know what the man is there for, and there's a bear there. We know what the bear is there for. If you're going to have an interaction, and the assumption obviously was that they're a threat. If they're both a threat, one, you have a better chance of fighting off a guy. But secondarily, there's most guys are not out here attacking. Most. The overwhelming majority of guys are not out here harming women. But even if it were 50-50, even if it's the 50-50 proposition, like, we are not in proximity with bears a lot. We're not trained for bears. So the people that were talking about this were city slickers. These are not people who are around bears, around forests. These were city slickers, would have no idea how to avoid or to mitigate the damage. They're not carrying bear spray. They don't know about the yelling for certain type of bears, which bears are okay, which ones you need to run from, which play dead. We don't know any of that. We're city slickers. We're useless. So the people that were saying that, I'm like, okay, you guys can't even kill spiders. You can't change the tire. What are you talking about? You'd rather face a bear. I know, like when whole math propositioned it, if it was an elevator, would you get into the elevator with a guy or get into the elevator with a bear? Obviously, it's the one with the guy. If women are going to get into an elevator with a bear, into a little small box, confined box, because bears are safer, let them. They can have it. But that's my feeling. So, it's crazy. But I listened to enough women to understand why they said what they said.
So your problem was they were underestimating the danger of the bear. And
overestimating the danger of the guy. Because it's a random, mysterious guy. It's man in the corner. It's like it's any man. So every man has to now is more of a threat than any bear. And that's a wild proposition.
Okay. So my original reaction was they're underestimating the danger of a bear. Because I know what a bear is and I know what a bear can do to someone. I just don't think they're like comprehending the danger of bear. But I also don't think they're underestimating the danger of men, because they're talking about random men. They're not saying if you're in a forest with Arshawn or you're in a forest with Greg. They're saying a random man, and that is dangerous. And it, like, from their point of view, like, if they think back in their memory, all the times they've been put in danger by men, there's probably some memories there, versus danger by bears. There's not, because men killed all the bears, so they don't really interact with them. So, like, I understand that part, and I do think they are, like, the example is extreme. A bear versus a man is a little bit much. So yeah, I was kind of on that. Then I saw men respond to it, and I was just like, it, not all, but a lot of it was, they were trying to portray men as completely harmless. Like,
Yeah,
the
that's
bear
crazy
is
too.
obviously dangerous, but men aren't harm like dangerous at all. And I'm just like, pump the brakes a little bit. Like, let's not, especially because a lot of it went in, like, if you listen to the women's explanation, there was a lot of talk about SA, and that's something that, like, this is a random man. They don't know this dude. It's them alone with a random man. There is a legitimate concern for SA in that situation. That shouldn't be like disputed or like debate or like denied. Like, yes, that is a concern that they should have if they're alone with a random man, one-on-one. Like, I think the male response to it was so like, no, that never happens, and I'm just like,
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
Yeah, let's. And I'm not saying you. I'm just saying, I was like, that was a lot of it was just like, no, you need men to protect you from bears and blah blah blah. And I'm just like, let's not pretend men are angels here. Like, this does happen, and we live in a society where, like, okay, if you do a medical test, right, you test for a disease, you can't get a perfect result every time, so they shift the results, because they would rather you get a false positive, which means you think you have a disease, but you don't actually have it, or the test says you do, because a false negative is bad. You don't want someone who has the disease running around in public, like infecting people because the test told them they didn't have it, right? So you bias it towards that. Our justice system is the same way. The standard of beyond a reasonable doubt, we're biasing it so that a guilty person will go free more often than an innocent person will be locked up. Now, one of the side effects of that, and this is a fact of life that women have to deal with, is that processing or prosecuting SA cases is very hard to meet that standard, because a lot of times it's not, I'm not talking about like some guy with a mask in a parking garage. I'm talking about the cases where it's like you're friends with a dude, hanging out one-on-one with them, and then he starts getting handsy, right? Which is a lot of the cases that I'm familiar with, of people I know who've been had that happen to them. That was more the situation. It wasn't some random stranger. It was, someone they were hanging out with who just started grabbing on them. And so the problem with that is now you have one person says it happened, one person says it was consensual. Beyond a reasonable doubt is pretty much an impossible standard to reach in this case. So it's not like our criminal system was designed for these cases, right? Like, it is a very hard thing to prosecute an SA case. And that's a legitimate right of women. But the unintended consequences of changing it would be more damaging overall, where you have innocent people being locked up, right? Anyone who got accused. So I understand that part of it and why they were reacting the same way. So then men came back with the, would you rather tell your emotions to a woman or a tree? And I'll, how do you feel about that response?
No, I thought that was stupid. Again, I mean, it was thoughtless. It was a thoughtless, like, both of them are emotional responses to a question. Somebody asks a question, a hypothetical, and you have an emotional response to something. Women, it's again the very real fear and threat of men and sexual violence. Okay, more understandable than guys. We don't have to talk at all. We are told constantly that we don't articulate or voice our feelings. We don't understand our feelings. So wanting to talk to a tree is stupid because you're already considered people that don't talk. So you're already, the claim is that men don't talk about their feelings already for whatever the reason. It doesn't even matter. Why would you then want to open up to a tree? Now you look like an idiot. So instead of talking to the women who you feel are unsafe emotionally, you're going to talk to a tree where you have no possibility of getting a favorable outcome for yourself. So, I mean, you might as well talk to yourself in the mirror. You might as well talk to God. You might as well talk to a therapist. It was just so dumb. But that's where we are.
I like what you said to me in Discord, which was the internet has turned men into high school girls and women into prostitutes. I think that's one of the most accurate things I've ever heard. Because yes, that is where we are.
Like. Yeah.
But to me, it's like that like the fact that someone had the balls to say that, I'm just like, so women are saying, if I'm alone with a strange man, I have a legitimate fear of SA. To which you come back with, well, if I talk to a woman, I might get my feelings hurt. Aw, Buttercup. I mean, those are equal, right? You gonna be okay there, buddy? Like, what are you talking about? How is that a response to, it's a dangerous situation? Like, because it is. And I think the men who are being defensive about this, you are instantly putting yourself in that situation. Like, I don't need a law to stop me from committing SA. I'm not going to do it because of a strict moral code. That doesn't mean that no men don't need a law. If it was legal, there would be men. There are men who the only reason they don't do it is because of the law, fear of consequences. Absolutely. I'll put it that way. Like, those men are out there. They exist. I'm not one of them. So I'm not personally being attacked by the man versus bear question. I agree with it. I'm like, yeah, there are men like that out there. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging that. Like, pretending like all men are angels is just silly to me. So I don't know. It very much seemed like, oh, they're just attacking men. And I'm like, I think they're pointing out a reasonable concern that they have in the dynamic between men and women. And okay, let me put it another way. So let's take the statement, men only care about one thing, and it's fucking disgusting, right? You've heard that, seen that meme or whatever? Okay, this is true. But women control access to the only thing they want. So let's flip that around a little bit. Let's say it's a drug dealer who is dealing crack. It works for both cases in this situation, right? And the drug dealer said, hey, being alone in an alley with a crackhead, kind of sketchy. And then the response from the crackheads was, what? I would never rob you and steal your crack. Not me. Shock horror. I'm just like, come on, bro. So, I don't know. That was kind of my initial reaction to the male response to it, of them being super offended by this. Other than the fact that the bear is a little extreme, but...
Yeah, I mean, their point, when I listen to certain people who are more reasonable, less inflammatory, the stuff made a lot more sense. It's still not rational, but like, it's not reality based. It's feelings based, which I can accept. Because, reality is the woods are there. And if women were if there's another issue that we have to deal with as a society, where we have a group of women who would say they would rather choose the bear and don't choose the bear. There's a I want to call it a psychosis. It's the same one I notice in pro-blacks, who are always talking about bring down, abolish capitalism, abolish the all the stuff that they want to abolish in the United States. But they don't just leave the United States. They have the fluidity to move about and go to other systems, other governments, other places, other economic models. They can do that, but they don't. They stay here and complain about this. So my thing with the women in this case is the woods are there. If you are that in fear of men going out there, because it's also unsafe for the rest of us who interact with them when they're interacting us with a hidden fear, because that fear manifests outcomes. It's a problem. I have an example of it that I might bring out later, but it's problematic because it does impact how we relate to each other. If you, but I get it. It's a legitimate fear. But if it's to the point where you would choose a bear over a man, the bears are there, the woods are there. Go start a little commune out there. Go build something up.
Well, there are 2 points that are very interesting you brought up. The first is, let's stop trying to rationalize sexual attraction, okay? If sexual attraction was rational, women would be lining up to bang the dude who is best at math. All right? Those would be the pinnacle of men. Because if you look at our society, everything from cars to satellites to your cell phone to computers to nuclear weapons to guns, all of this is created by math nerds. But women aren't lining up to have sex with math nerds because sexual attraction is not a rational thing. Like, you're not just doing whatever creates the best offspring, right? So that's not, like, expecting that to make sense, what you're sexually attracted to is absurd to me. Like, at least in such a neat, tidy box, like in a direct way of like, oh, they want this because of these genes. But the second thing is, now you said, why don't they just leave society? And
go back to
this
Africa.
is what I pointed out, like, or this is what gets me about, this is what men I think aren't considering. Just because men are dangerous, like something has negative effects, doesn't mean it doesn't have positive effects. Cars kill
Absolutely.
far more people than bears and men combined, right? They are a much bigger danger to humans. Women still drive because the benefit is worth the risk. So there is a risk to it, but that doesn't mean that they just don't want anything to do with men and men are, they should just leave and abandon men entirely. They get something in return for those relationships as well. But just by acknowledging the risk, men are acting like they don't want anything to do with us or it's all terrible. And it's like, no, there's still positives to it. Dudes will still build you a house and kill all the bears for you and, do all the things that men do for women in society. But you still have to acknowledge the danger of, if you're one-on-one with a strange man, that's not a great situation. You are unsafe. That's okay to say. Like, so I don't think it's an all or nothing type proposal. If that, I don't know. Any thoughts on that, or?
Yeah.
No, I
mean, it doesn't negate the point. Like, obviously there are goods here. Like, we're here because we like to be here. Like, that's obvious. But there's a hypocrisy built into saying, I hate America. America is the worst country for black people. Black man has no business in America. America is terrible, the most dangerous place for. That language is antithetical to my behavior. My behavior is saying, like you said, there's a greater benefit to being in America than the opposite, because the woods are there. I could go run into the woods. So instead of saying and acknowledging, hey, I like all the things that men bring, you're saying I would choose a bear over a man, but you're not. You're choosing the benefits of being around men over a bear. So that's my issue with the language. I have it with anybody that does that.
Quick clarification.
Mm-hmm.
When you ask them the question, would you choose a bear or a random man? The response is bear. How are you jumping from that to they hate men? Them saying,
did I say they hate men? I never said they hate men.
Well, your example of people saying I hate America but living in America.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying people that say there's a better option than the one they're a part of. So let me change the language. I use pro-black because it's the same dynamic, maybe scaled up. But there's a better place than where I am right now. There's a better situation. And instead of pursuing that situation, they complain about what they currently have. But the option to leave where they currently are is there. They're free to choose out. They're free to choose out. It's like the same with the passport bros. Passport bros do that, and divestors for the women. Ah man, I can't stand these American women. I'm gonna go get these other women. But you're staying in America talking about American women instead of just taking your passport and actually going to do the things you say you're going to do. Like that's where I get the issue. You don't have to talk about how bad men are. You could just go do your own thing. That's a viable alternative. That's a choice you could make.
See, I don't. Now this is where we get into the weeds a little bit, because if you want to talk about like female sexual attraction, there was a woman who made a video, and I wish I would have wrote this down or found this link before I did this, but she had the best description of it I've ever heard, which is what women want is the barbarian in love. That is, they want the violent, aggressive man who loves them so they won't hurt them, but they will protect them. Because the world is unsafe. We are all unsafe at all times. The world is a dangerous place. And having a violent person willing to do violence on your behalf is a security thing. It's a benefit in an unsafe world. So women are also attracted to dangerous men, but they need to find the one. It's something they have to navigate, which I think is a lot of what men aren't really thinking about in this scenario, is that women have to be aware of the dangers because they want the dangerous man who won't be dangerous to them. And if they get it wrong, they end up getting their ass whooped in a public hallway. So, like, you have to, it's something that they have to navigate. And them talking about that is not necessarily attacking men. It's just speaking about like the things that they have to navigate through, the same way that there are things men have to navigate through in life, right? Like there are dangers to men that women do not face. They don't have to deal with. There are hardships for men. And I haven't seen a situation, at least, where men talking about those hardships creates a reaction from women of them being just outraged and saying that men are just horrible and hate women. If that makes sense. Like, I think the reaction to it is way disproportionate to what they're actually saying.
And that's possible. I mean, but again, what you're saying still doesn't negate what I'm saying. But it feels like you're trying to like say, it feels like you're saying that I'm wrong, and then you say something that doesn't apply to what I'm saying.
Oh, no, so I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that what you're in. Okay, I think you're misinterpreting that. You're taking the fact that men are dangerous and turning that into I don't want to be around them. And I don't think that's what they're saying. I think they're saying men are dangerous. I want a dangerous man to protect me from a dangerous world.
But they're choosing the bear and they're not choosing the dangerous man. So we have to be smart enough to like we know what inference is. So if I say sure, I'd rather talk to a trash can than Greg Bryant, that's an insult to you. I'm inferring that you socially, yes, okay, Greg. And if you okay, now if you're completely, like you say, you're autistic and you don't understand social cues, if you don't understand that, I will take it on face value. But I find it hard to believe.
Okay, so you're saying yes, I'm worse than a trash can.
Right.
See, I mean,
they're literally saying that the threat of sexual assault by men is more dangerous to them than the threat posed by a bear, which I don't have a problem with them feeling that way. So like let's couch that first point. I don't have a problem with them feeling that because I have two fears, two legit fears. One is tornadoes, and the other is prison rape. So I too carry the fear of sexual assault, not by women, because being sexually assaulted in prison by a bunch of women actually makes me smile a little bit. That it does. That's a terrible thing in my head, but I know that's wrong. But it does. It makes me think of a pillow fight. It makes me think of a tickle fight. But I know a bunch of dudes is not going to be fun. It's not going to be pleasant. It's not what I want. So I understand the lack the abject terror. Because I told my family, if the cops are ever coming to arrest me, like I'm going to jail, they're gonna have to kill me. Because I'm not facing down that risk. So I understand and don't oppose the choice of saying a bear is preferable than a random man. I don't have a problem there. What I'm saying is the way my logic goes, and we've already conceded that this is a feelings-based response, not a logic-based response, but I'm using logic. I then avoid prison because it's one of my fears.
Okay.
Now, yes, if prison had millions of dollars, and I'm like, man, I might get raped, but I might get a couple of $1,000,000. Maybe I'd be willing to risk it. Maybe it would be more tempting. I don't know. So the benefits of man over the bear, I get what you're saying. There is an incentive to being around men. We make a lot of cool stuff. I get it. That's why I'm not one of those people that wants to leave America. We make a lot of cool stuff here. The men that made America made a lot of cool stuff and made a lot of comfort. I enjoy it. But if I thought every single day that I woke up, or somebody can even forget me going outside, somebody might break into my house to sexually assault me, I might want to leave. Now, if I thought the entire world was like that, then maybe like, well, I better make the best of my situation. So again, I'm not saying that their decision is wrong. I'm saying that you could make choices to try to mitigate the fear by moving away from where men are.
Mm-hmm.
There are places where very few people live. You can get out there, arm yourself, get 20 women all together. So there's no 1, 2, 5 men are going to come and assault all of y'all at one time. There are things and steps that you could do. If you really choose a bear over a man, you could actually literally choose the bear over the man.
Right. So,
Right,
but the thing
yeah.
is, your scenario is
You're
right.
wrong. You just said you're
No.
not right.
No, I'm thinking. Okay, so in your scenario though, you can just avoid prison, easy fix, right? So I get how you would say that too. But if you're a straight woman who is looking for a partner to possibly have kids with, that's going to protect you and the kids, you need to go into the prison and find the barbarian in love amongst the barbarians. So you have to put yourself in that situation.
No. You don't have to do anything. We're adults. And see, I also have the biological drive to want to pursue a heterosexual partner. But because of the problems I see with relationships and women, I choose to not put myself in that situation.
Okay. You can completely tap out. I don't think most people are going to do that.
But that's a choice. And we have to give them the accountability of making that choice.
It's a hard choice.
Hello. It is a hard choice, but hard choice. That's hard.
And
it's a hard
not
life.
one most people are likely to make. I don't think most people genuinely want partners. They want families. Go ahead.
There you go.
So no, that's what I'm saying. But like acknowledging the risk that's inherently involved with finding that does not, to me, mean that they don't want anything to do. It's just like driving. Like you are way bigger risk of dying when you get in a car than anything else you do in your life. But people still get in cars and drive because of the benefit. So saying that cars are dangerous is not saying no one should drive cars. It's just saying cars are dangerous.
But that's not what they're saying, Greg. They're saying I would rather walk than drive. And then they're getting behind the wheel. There's a difference there. If you want to say men are dangerous, I've argued that same point. I've had a whole stream on how men are dangerous. So I agree with you that men are dangerous, but that's not what they're saying. What they're saying is men are so dangerous that I would rather go and face a bear than face a man. And at that point, to your analogy, saying cars are so dangerous, I would rather walk in traffic.
Yeah, that checks. That's my analogy. In a car. Exactly. Yeah. But
then don't get behind the wheel of a car. You can walk. You can literally walk.
But that's not okay. To Bree's thing here is that's what I'm saying with like why the barbarian and love thing made so much sense, because you need someone dangerous to protect you from the world. It's why women like. Have you ever seen the Helpless Girl act? Like I'm sure you have. Mm-hmm. Whenever a girl likes a guy, she's gonna pretend she can't walk through the living room without falling over. I can't open this jar. I can't do this. Will you do this for me? Right. You try to be small and cute and have big Bambi eyes and be as helpless and in need of protection as possible, because there's a protective instinct in humans, and that's what gets men to be like, you want men to be protective of you because that's kind of built into our attraction, just like women are with their children. So you have to go, you don't want a guy who's incapable of violence. You want a guy who is not going to be violent towards you, but will still be violent enough to protect you from other violence. So the idea being,
so then we're in contradiction. So now we're so here's the inherent contradiction, which I'm acknowledging, and I still don't have a problem with it. So the contradiction is, I'd rather choose a bear over the partner that I want to love me in spite of their danger. So if I choose the bear over the dangerous partner that I want to love me to protect me from other threats, there's a dissonance there. There's a problem with the thinking. That's psychotic. I would choose a bear over the person I want to protect me from the bear. You can't have both. That's my point. That's irreconcilable. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. All of it makes sense when I reason it out, but it doesn't refute my point. Once you start to reason, it's like when I played that thing by Lori Gottlieb. She said if I actually rationalized why I think the man should always pay on the date, I would talk myself out of it. When you actually lay these points out together, they're inconsistent. So people should talk themselves out of it, which is what I'm asking them to do because they're adults. We could give ourselves over to our base feelings, or we could try to think through things and be better. That's all I'm saying. As adults, I'm going to hold people to an adult responsibility, because when people get in trouble, they're going to get held as adults. They're going to get tried as adults. They're going to be expected to carry the weight and accountability of their choices. That's what I'm trying to do. I get the feelings involved, but I'm thinking through it, not feeling through it.
Right. So, but it's a random man, I think, is the key part of that. Like, it's not the person they're going to build a life with that they want to protect them. They have to choose that person out of a group of men, which is something else I want to get into.
Who begin as random.
Right. But they're talking, the situation presented to them is you're alone and you are one-on-one with either a bear or a random man.
Right.
And in that, I think they are vastly understating the danger that a bear poses to them.
Agreed.
But I think they're accurately stating the danger that a man at random poses to them. Like,
okay.
I don't think they're going into the whole I would rather be around bears than men. I think they're saying if I'm one-on-one in a situation with a random guy, I am in danger. So, and again, I'm openly admitting the bear is an extreme analogy. Like, they aren't aware of what a bear is or the danger that a bear poses to humans. I get that. You're not going to outrun it. You're not going to outfight it. You're not going to outsmart it. If it wants to kill you, it's going to kill you, and there's nothing you can do about it. They don't understand a bear. Yeah, totally. But I don't think that is, they're not saying, at least from what I've seen, I don't think they're saying I would rather live with bears than men. They're thinking, in my life experience, I have been put in danger by men. I've never been put in danger by a bear.
I understand.
And I agree it's not logical, but I think you're overestimating how much they're shitting on men here versus how much they're just stating this is a fact of being a woman trying to navigate through society, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think you believe I'm overstating it, but for some reason you're dismissing, or you've chosen to dismiss, the implications that they're making. Because most men in society are random. I don't know most men in society. These women don't know most men in society. So they have to walk around, be around, drive by, work with hundreds
But they're not
2000s
alone
of
with them.
sometimes they are elevators, stairwells, parking lots. There's a lot of times where they're walking by alone and there's a guy. We have these conversations. We were just talking about somebody was just talking about they wouldn't even get in the elevator with a woman because they only want that feeling of making her feel unsafe. I've been in places where it's just me and another woman. My nephew was just talking about he was in an elevator alone with a woman and she was all hovered in the corner. And we interact because we are random and this is a society and it's a large place. We do end up alone with people of the opposite gender quite often. In aisles of grocery stores, in the backs of grocery stores, in some of the corners, we find ourselves quite a bit. So the fact that they're implying that a random bear is preferable to a random man. So if you extrapolate that out to how many random men they encounter in a week's time, they are making a statement that they would prefer the safety of being the less threateningness, whatever way you want to word, whatever makes everybody feel comfortable. Men are more of a threat to them and their perception than the bear is. So we would have to say that every random bear is preferable to every random man because the random man wouldn't just stop at killing her like the bear.
I don't.
So
think
if you make that choice,
you're taking it too far.
No,
I don't think they're thinking
Greg,
that far into it.
They're not thinking that far into it. That's the point, Greg. Like we had already established that they're not thinking about it; they're feeling about it. So you're trying to argue my thoughts against their feelings.
No. What I'm trying to say is, I don't think that they're not reasoning all this out. They're just saying what they're trying to say is, I'm in danger when I'm alone with a random man, which is a valid thing to say. And I think their reaction to it is saying all random men are worse than all. First of all, if it's a brown bear or a black bear, I would choose the bear because I'm in less danger from a black or brown bear than I am a random man. And I'm saying this is a dude, someone they're not going to try to essay me. Like, yeah, I'm picking a brown or a black bear. If it's a grizzly or polar bear, I'm picking the random man. But I also know what bears are, and I know what men are, and that's not like I'm not by saying that I'm not saying I hate all men or all men are dangerous. I'm aware that humans are dangerous, and I'm not. And that's the other thing I want to get into is at no point is this saying women are not unsafe, or don't make men unsafe. Women are very dangerous, just in different scenarios, right? Which I like this question because the way people interpret it, like it's a lot of everyone has hones in on a different part of this question, right? Like you are going on there saying men are unsafe across the board. I think they're focusing more on I'm at legitimate risk alone with a man. And I think if
feeling.
Right. But it's an interesting question because what if it was a bear or 32 random men? I bet the woman would pick the 32 random men. Because then you have, like, one-on-one, a woman is at a disadvantage, right? But in a group of men, if she's the only woman, this is where women make men incredibly unsafe. And this is how, like, they can exercise soft power, as we call it, but I mean, it is power. And this is where they're the bigger risk than the men are. And this happened. I gave you a video link in the description, but the Princess of Akaton, or the Queen of Akaton Island, there was one girl with 32 men on an island. She came back eventually and then told the story that is exactly the narrative you would expect of, oh yeah, it was horrible. Only one guy had a gun, and then whoever stole the gun got the woman. I was treated like a prize and turned around. Like, basically just the possession of whoever was in power. Like, this whole sob story, made a movie about all the stuff. Well, it came out later that actually she was pretty much running the whole place, putting all the men against each other. And of those 32 men, only 20 came back alive, and she made it. So that's a 12-0 kill to death ratio for that one woman. which is way more dangerous than a bear. But humans are dangerous. Like, none of us, this civilization thing, like, if you put humans in a desperate situation, we'll rip each other apart. We are the worst animals.
Mhm.
And I don't know. I'm not insulted by them saying a bear over a random man, because it's like, good. You should be aware you are unsafe at all times. All of us are unsafe at all times. You have to choose how to react to that and how to deal with that in your own way. How, I'm curious, Bree, how do you mean this is a moot then? Well, no, humans are dangerous in different ways. This is what I'm saying. If it's one man and one woman, the woman is at the disadvantage. If it's 32 men and one woman, the woman is at the advantage and she is the danger. Because women's danger comes from social power, not from physical power. Well, okay. This is what I'm saying. You can choose to be scared of it or not. You have to, acknowledging that humans are dangerous and how you proceed from there is a choice. Like, you don't have to be afraid of the world, but you should be aware that you're in danger. You shouldn't believe that humans are these peaceful, civilized little creatures that would never harm anyone. Like, that kindly old grandpa you see was probably stacking bodies in Vietnam. Humans are dangerous. Like, that's okay. Yeah, some people are afraid, but some people aren't. Like, I don't know. I'm not really picking up on this. The argument there. I'm kind of lost.
Yeah, I mean, because you're pushing back on the messaging that they're sending, but you're pushing back with an understanding that negates the point of saying the bear over the man. So if they say the bear over the man, then that negates the whole point of all humans are dangerous. Like, we already know everybody's dangerous. We know that every man and woman and even some children have the capability to kill. Like, that's something that we all as adults understand. Now, sometimes we'll lose sight of that, but when we actually stop and think, not our feelings, but when we actually think, men are known, understood to be dangerous. We teach kids from a young age to watch out for men. Don't stranger danger. When we're talking about stranger danger, mostly we're talking about men, but we're talking about women. Some woman is trying to help you or hold your hand. We warn people. We warn them about putting stuff in their food. We warn them about sitting on laps. We're always warning about the dangers of humans. So we have an inherent knowledge that everybody's a threat. So if you're saying then there's so much of a threat that I'm gonna choose an animal over the threat of the person, that's a different message. Now I've already conceded. I know it's from a feelings-based place, an uninformed feeling. I'm okay with that. I'm just saying that if you actually stop to think about it, then following that feeling through to its logical conclusion is, if I'm afraid of random men to the degree that I would choose random animals over random men, if I apply that to my life, I would have to leave the city where I encounter hundreds to thousands of random men. Because if I would rather be alone with random animals than random men, there's that possibility exists for me, realistically. I could go get a cabin in the woods. I can move to Montana. I could go somewhere where I'm very unlikely to encounter a random person. And again, that's me saying if they stop to think, which I know that's not what's happening. And on the flip side, when I stopped and listened to people who were talking about it from the woman's side, when I tapped into my feelings, I understood how they felt. Because I feel the same way. There are things worse than that. I would rather the cops kill me than take me to jail where I got to fight off 2, 3, 4 dudes. I feel similarly. So again, when you were pushing back on our thoughts from their point of feelings, and that's like that just can't, that won't ever reconcile. But we all understand everything you're saying. Everything you're saying is factually correct. It just doesn't apply to what we're saying.
I guess I'm not sure as to why. Like, I still think you're jumping to a conclusion here that I don't think they're not saying men over bears per se across the board. They're saying a random man makes me feel more unsafe. So
that's the same thing. You reworded the same thing.
Well,
a random man really, makes me feel so unsafe. Greg, let's listen to the question.
Okay,
they're choosing a random bear over a random man. That's all I said. There's no way to reword that to make it different. I used the word random in my explanation.
Yeah, but I'm curious as to what the. So you're saying like the contention that they should just leave all the city and not interact with men at all. That's the part where you're losing me because I'm like, because you're not hearing the part where I said there are hundreds in a city, there are hundreds to thousands of random men. They don't have a personal protector that walks around with them through their life. If they did, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So if they had Superman on like Lois Lane, if they had Superman on speed dial, or if they had Spider-Man who always came and swung in on Lois Lane, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Okay. Because women do walk through life alone most of the time. Even if they're married, they operate through most of their life alone because the husband's probably working or she's working and he's home with the kids. Most people, no matter how big their family is, spends most of their time around acquaintances, associates, strangers. Mostly strangers. The preponderance of the people that you encounter in a day in a city are strangers, randoms. So if that's the case, if you'd rather be around more animals than more strangers, I'm saying that's a choice that's available. That's just factually correct. Now that's my opinion. I'm not sure why you continually push back on my opinion. Now, if you don't understand it, that's one thing. But I'm not going to change my opinion based on the facts. No, I'm not saying. Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Part of the link here isn't connectable. Okay, so if you
let's go back to your car analogy. Okay. If somebody in the United States of America, in a city, mid-sized city, where there are lots of cars, but they are so afraid of cars and being in one that they won't ride public, they're saying, I would rather walk across every intersection, across however I have to get across the city. I would rather not be in a vehicle because they're that unsafe. But then you see that person go and get in a car. Can you at least admit that there's a cognitive problem there? There's an incongruity. I would rather walk than get in a car, and then they hop in their Toyota Corolla. Can you at least see that problem?
In your scenario, yes, but that's what I'm saying. I don't think your scenario equates to the bear question.
You brought up the car thing. That's not my scenario. You brought up the car thing. What?
Yeah.
Come on, Greg.
I'm saying no. The bear offers no benefit to them. Like. There's reasons
that's even worse, Greg. You're actually
a man to be with, but not want to encounter a random one. Because in the question, they're in the woods already. You're already in the woods. You're out in the middle of nowhere. You're alone. Would you rather encounter a random man or a random animal? In this case, a bear.
Like you're out in the middle of nowhere and you have to get home. Would you rather walk or would you rather drive? I'd rather walk, but then they hop in their car.
Yeah, I see kind of what you're saying, but it's not. I think I don't think they're saying what you think they're saying in the same way. I think just by acknowledging that men are dangerous is not saying I would.
But see, Greg, that's what you're doing. There, Greg, right there. Catch yourself. You're doing this.
What? No,
you're the one hanging it up here. That you just said. They're not saying just by acknowledging that men are dangerous. That's not what they're doing. Now, emotionally, they may be acknowledging that men are dangerous. But that's not what they're saying, Greg. And you have to admit that, like to yourself and then to us. They're not saying out of their mouth that men are dangerous. They're saying that men are so dangerous that I would choose a bear over them. And if you leave that out of what you're saying, then you're changing what the language is communicating.
So they're saying in their mind, a random man is more dangerous than a bear. That is what they're saying. Yes, and I agree with you that they're underestimating the danger a bear poses, like I said. But like if you have, say your sister or your daughter is walking home in a dark parking garage at night, do you want her to have mace? Of course you do. Why? Because she is not necessarily statistically likely to be assaulted, but it's possible.
And nobody's arguing that. So now you're arguing an entirely different point.
No,
nobody said the men are safe. Nobody said the men are safe. Nobody said the men won't harm.
The problem you're having is they're saying that the men are more dangerous than the bear. The degrees of safety, which I agree.
Right. So if we agree
that the bear is being understated, but again, if it's a brown or a black bear, the man is more dangerous than the bear. You would much rather be in the woods with a brown or black bear than a random man.
I'd rather be in the woods with a random man.
No, you wouldn't.
Because I don't know bears.
Brown or
Greg,
black
I don't know
bear
bears. Greg, but I don't know bears.
No, I'm saying, okay.
And I'm not going to take your word for it. I'm not going to take your word for it.
Exactly.
If I see an animal with teeth and claws, I'm never going to take your word for it. I'd rather be out there with a man.
Okay, this is exactly what I'm saying. You are doing the same thing they are. You don't understand the danger. So by you saying I'm taking the random man, I could do the same thing. But like you're saying that brown and black bears are so dangerous that you would rather that a random man is safer, which is not the case. Yes. Brown and black bears aren't going to fuck with you. So like it's the yes, I understand that you don't.
But my choice, my lived choice backs up my bias. That's what I'm trying to get you to acknowledge or admit is that their lived choices does not back up their bias. I actually avoid bears intentionally. I was in the Smokies, and they were like, there were bears that you watch out because the bears might get in your car. You know what I didn't do? I didn't make random trips to my car like I normally do at the hotel because I know they had bears there. So my bias informs my behavior. So what I want you to admit then, like you said, I'm doing the same thing. Yes, my bias informs my behavior. I just need you to be able to. I'm not sure because you keep switching the argument. Like even Bree said, you keep switching the argument. Can we admit that their bias is not informing their behavior?
This is the part I'm not really getting here because it's like they know men are dangerous.
We all do.
But you're saying because they still are more dangerous than a bear. They think men are more dangerous than a bear, but because they still interact with men,
random men,
that contradicts that statement. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying if they believe that bears are preferable to random men, that option exists. Yes, there's a possibility of incentives. There's incentives to deal with men. But if I am that afraid, if I'm afraid for my life in sexual assaults, if my bias is as they've stated, because they're stating out of their mouth, I choose a bear over a random man, and then they go and deal with random men. Greg, that's incongruent. If you can't admit that, I don't know.
That to me, it doesn't. No, I'm not trying to like just argue to argue. I'm just trying to understand. Like that doesn't seem incongruent to me because most of the situations they're with a random man. One, they're in a city, so you're in a society, you're around people, you're not in the middle of nowhere. Women get serial killed in the woods like all the time. Like shallow graves are a thing.
And in the city too. Women get killed in the city too.
Sure. Yeah. But you're safer around a group of people, or at least within proximity of people, than you are in the woods. So, like, I bet the numbers would disagree with you. I bet you far more women are killed in cities than the wood. I'm not sure. Like, there's some bias that you're holding where you like. I'm not sure. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I'm saying if you're out in the wilderness with a random person, that is a complete different situation than where you can run to another group of people. So, like the environment is part of this equation. You're in the woods and you come up on a random man or a random bear. And okay, so you're saying the acknowledging the danger of men makes it them not have a healthy relationship with men. Is that kind of you're saying they hate men because they say men are dangerous? Is that where we're getting?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We already covered that ground. That's not what I said, Greg.
Okay, I'm just trying to. I'm reading Bree's comments as I'm going through this,
Okay.
but like, so why is there never? If it was okay, if the question was, would you rather be in the woods with your dad or a bear? Every girl's gonna say their dad, unless their dad failed as a parent completely. Obviously, like it's a random dude. You don't know. He could be a creep. He could be a serial killer. A bear might leave you alone. A creepy dude's not. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm just. I'm not seeing your connection here. Is that this is somehow saying that they hate men?
That's the third time. We just covered that like 30 seconds ago, Greg. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
you've made some determinations. You've made some determinations about what I'm saying,
Okay.
so that you're not actually hearing what I'm saying.
Help me see.
I've tried, but
Okay.
This is the third time you've said that because of what they said, I'm saying that they hate men. I've never said that, and because you said it, and I corrected you like 30 seconds ago, you have something going on where you're refusing to hear me, and you're only going to hear me say that because they chose a bear over a man, they hate men. I don't want to keep beating a dead horse. I think we can move on to another point.
Okay, they don't hate men. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't see where the insult is. Like, I guess that's my thing. I don't see this as insulting.
Yeah, you don't feel insulted by it. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Wait, do I think men are inherently if I had to say the random man one-on-one with the random woman, probably. I would say that there is a lot. See, the thing that dudes don't acknowledge is that, like, men act differently around someone they're sexually attracted to than someone they're not. And a lot of the women's comments were talking about, like, at least if a bear kills me, all the bear's friends won't be saying it never happened. And I get this because the way men act when they're sexually attracted to someone is vastly different than the way they act around other people. And do I trust do I trust myself around like a girl? Yeah, I'm not going to do anything to you. I have a moral code that would stop me from doing that, and it's just not in my interest. But like any random dude, yeah, I think kind of, men are inherently dangerous to women in a one-on-one situation, at least potentially, and that should be part of their calculus when they're navigating life. I don't understand what about this is it you're saying I'm talking about a different point here, but I don't see that. Like, I guess I just don't see how this is any different. Like, are you
talking about me or Bree now? You were
kind of both of you. You're both kind of saying I'm talking about something different, but I'm saying, like, yes, it is a dangerous situation to be one-on-one with someone, especially if they're stronger than you, and that is something that should be acknowledged. It's like it's extremely dangerous to be in a group of men with only one woman around. You are in danger.
Yeah.
That's why I like the question, because it does sort of. And I don't think all men are dangerous to all women at all, but I think that it's enough of a risk that it should be acknowledged, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Maybe you were saying women must keep their paws up when interacting with men.
I'm saying, yes, women should be aware of situations that put them in danger. Like the girl walking home at night through a parking garage should carry mace on her. Statistically, it's likely never going to need to be used. She should still have it in the event that it is. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with acknowledging the danger in the world or that people are like horrible, way more, the most dangerous animal on the planet. See, and this is what I'm saying about women get it wrong so much. This is how women end up getting their ass whooped in a hallway because you go for the strong, violent man you think is going to protect you, but it turns out he's not the barbarian in love. He's just a barbarian. He starts whooping your ass. You have to find the violent person who has who isn't violent towards you, which is something they have to navigate. And I think that's kind of what this question is circling around, that I don't think men are acknowledging. And at least in the men I've seen. And I'm not saying you specifically. Your response is much more tame than most of the men online. Most of the men online have been far more extreme in their responses. So I'm not like pointing this out as a criticism to you.
No, even if it was, I could take criticism. I would just stand on
I
my
understand
point.
That. I'm not necessarily arguing your point specifically. I'm arguing the average male reaction to this question.
Yeah. There were a lot of extreme reactions, including threatening violence to the women who chose the bears.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that was like
which
proving the point times 1,000. Like that's stupid. Like, and again, once I listened to the women and I understood, I was like, okay, I could relate to that, because again, one of my two fears is sexual assault, and I'm big as hell, but I also have soft features, and I don't know. I could just see them like, oh man, he's got a big butt and boobs because he's fat. I could just see going to prison and being a target, and I'm like 5-6 dudes roll up with the locker in the sock. I don't know. I just think about that stuff because I've watched too much television. So I understand the feeling of not wanting to be sexually assaulted and rather facing death than sexual assault. I understand that. When I empathize. Yeah, when I empathize, I can understand that. But when I mentalize it, choosing a bear over a man is problematic on certain respects on the messaging. But I've never said that it's not understandable. It's understandable. I just don't like the message it sends because it's problematic. Yeah.
I don't think they're. Yeah, I guess this is what I'm getting at. Like, I don't think they're trying to send the message we're hearing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Or not.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if somebody intends to send a message. If a message is sent, it got sent. Doesn't matter what your intentions are. The impact is there because we just sat here and talked about how the men are having a reaction. So obviously a message was sent because the men are reacting to the message. They received a message. Whether it's the wrong message or not, doesn't matter. When people are communicating,
it doesn't matter?
They're sending the message. It does not matter.
It doesn't matter if they're getting the message wrong.
No, that's not what I said. What I said was, if the women did not intend to send the message, it does not matter because a message was received.
I'm trying to wrap my head around that. That's a deep one because it's like,
that's not deep, Greg. This is very basic. It does not matter if you intended to insult me. If I feel insulted, exactly, the impact landed regardless. Now we can discuss whether it should have landed, but somebody had a feeling, and that has to be dealt with. If you're going to deny that the impact of the messaging on the men, then we're going to also right here in this conversation deny the whole how sexual assault lands on women, because if men are not allowed to have a feeling behind. No, hold up, now listen to everything I'm saying because you keep taking what I'm saying and turning it a whole different way. So if men are not allowed to have a feeling based on what they're hearing about their manhood as a random man in America, if they cannot have a feeling about that at all, so they can't be impacted by the messaging, whether it was intended or not, then we can't care as men. Random man in America, me, I will not participate in the empathy required to care about how sexual assault lands on women who I'm not sexually assaulting. Because if empathy can't be extended towards me, I'm never going to extend empathy. That's just how humans work. That's human nature. Tit for tat. So random man is not really going to care how things land on women if we're going to say it doesn't matter how things landed on them. That's not
That
deep.
is,
That's not
it's deeper
complicated.
than you
That's very
think.
simple.
It's very, because it has to do a lot with intent. Like, so you're saying the intent of an action doesn't matter, as the result of the action is the only thing that matters.
If I shot 3 shots in the air celebratorily because I just graduated, and one of them land on your skull and leave you a vegetable in the hospital, does it matter that I was celebrating, or should the cops say I was recklessly endangering? Or should they say, hey, no,
Well,
he shot the bullets in the air. He was a celebration. It was a positive thing.
That's why you'd be charged with reckless homicide instead of manslaughter.
But I would still be held accountable. I would still be punished. Exactly.
Sure, but there are degrees.
There you go.
What? That's what I'm saying. Like, how the intention of what you were doing matters too. It's not just the result, but like if women weren't trying to offend us, but we were offended, it's not the same as if they were trying to offend us.
The only reason in my scenario that you even look for the intention is because there was an impact. So because if men had no reaction to this man versus bear thing, if men had no reaction at all, we wouldn't even be having a conversation.
Right.
So the intent does not matter when we're investigating the impact. You're talking about men's reaction about this. So it really doesn't matter the intent.
That's wild to me, though.
Because we're talking about
how does the intent not matter? If I hurt your feelings unintentionally and then I explain myself, isn't that different than if I'm trying to insult you and hurt your feelings? Like,
you're not a woman. You're not a woman. You're not explaining yourself. We're 2 men talking about the impact.
Right. But no, that's what I'm saying. But yeah, I get that. But what I'm saying is, does it matter what they were trying? Does their intention matter? You're saying it doesn't change it at all. You're saying whether they were trying to offend us or not is irrelevant because we were offended.
The intent does not matter when we're discussing whether there was impact.
Interesting.
You're saying there was no insult here. I'm saying there was insult here. So we're ascertaining if there was impact. I'm looking at the rippling of a bullet hole, and you're saying there is no offense here. So we are looking at this and saying, is there an impact? So the intent doesn't matter when we're looking to see if there was an impact. And I'm telling you that because the men reacted the way they did, we saw the bodies bounce back. There was an impact. Even if I don't see the bullet hole, we saw the way the bodies flew back. There's an impact there. I'm
not arguing that men's reaction was there. I'm not saying there was no impact. I'm saying that the intention that caused the impact is important. It's relevant to the conversation.
To what conversation? Because there are multiple conversations.
Why men are so offended by this question. The intention of women saying this matters, I think, in my opinion. The way I view it, what they are trying to say matters. If they were just trying to shit on men, which I don't think they were, that would be a different scenario. Like the sprinkle thing or whatever. Like, there is a difference between someone intentionally attacking you and inadvertently hurting your feelings. That's what for me personally, the intention matters as much as the impact.
Okay, because you're sitting as an outside observer. Because you said you were not insulted. You don't understand why it was offensive. And you're all so you're saying you weren't impacted. You felt no impact. Sure.
Yeah.
So because you felt no impact, you're trying to ascertain, well, what was the intent? Well, to the people who were impacted, who I'm speaking for, the people who are impacted because I felt impacted. We don't really care about the intent. Hey, you shot me. You shot me.
I didn't mean to.
And when men are in the conversation in the comment section asking, hey, why are you shooting at me? The women are saying because you're dangerous. They're not saying, oh, it wasn't my intent to shoot you. So you're actually speaking for people who have answered for themselves and said, I'm shooting you because you're dangerous. And you're saying I'm going to bastardize this. I'm going to bastardize this word the same way everybody on the internet bastardizes this word. You're gaslighting me into telling me that's not their intent. When they
I'm
have
not
all
gaslighting you.
self-said, I know I just said I'm bastardizing the word.
Okay.
They are, when they've all self-ascribed themselves as saying, hey, I'm shooting because you're dangerous.
I'm not saying
I
none of
want
them
you
are
to
shitting on
know
men.
that you're dangerous.
I'm saying a lot of the comments that I've read when I actually look into it, they're not pointed at men in an insulting way, more in an acknowledging the danger of a situation way, which I get. I'm not saying there are no women who are not shitting on men. Yes, there are. It's the internet. Of course, there are trash people everywhere on all sides. Plenty to be found. But this went beyond just your normal Twitter trash, your normal dunking on gender war shit. This question actually affected, like, it rippled beyond what it should have been, which was Twitter trash, right?
Oh, yeah.
This started affecting normal people, or normal people started talking about this question, which is interesting,
but
which is why it's interesting to me.
yeah, and that's why I say it shouldn't have died in Twitter trash, because it's revealing a discrepancy, a difference. There's a cultural divide between men and women that's being heightened because of the internet. So
I agree.
I
I
believe,
agree with that.
yeah. So because of that, we're having these things that should not be hard. Like you said, you said a moment ago that this was, and I can't remember your exact verbiage, so you can correct me, but you said this was more about them acknowledging the danger posed by men, or the dangers, something. I'm not exactly how you said it, but they were acknowledging the dangers, and that shouldn't be a problem. But earlier,
Right.
you also stated that they also have no clue about the dangers that a bear poses.
Right.
So again, so this is an uninformed. You're acknowledging something from a place of ignorance. So that's really not acknowledging something. That's speaking ignorantly, because you can't acknowledge something that you don't have knowledge of. You can't acknowledge without knowledge. So you said they don't know the danger bears pose. I know that, they know that, we all know that.
Yeah.
So they can't.
Okay. Well, what I said was they are vastly underestimating the danger of a bear, but accurately quoting the danger of a man, which is why when the comparison between the two is so offensive to men, is because men generally, on the whole, understand how dangerous a bear is. For the most part, at least have some concept of it. Women don't. I mean, I've literally seen a woman run up to a baby bear going, "Baby," and I'm like, "No, you're about to die." So that's why I think, like, this is what I'm saying, the intention matters, because if you're saying the insult is that they're saying men are so dangerous, they're more dangerous than a bear. And when you say bear, you have this entire loaded concept in your head of what kind of danger that puts you in. I'm saying they don't have that, which is
Obviously,
why they're
that's what I just
saying,
said. They don't have knowledge.
yeah, but I mean, I think they're accurately assessing the danger of a man. They're not.
You keep saying that, Greg. You keep saying that, but how could they be accurately? How could they be both accurately describing the danger of a man, but not accurately describing the danger of a bear?
Because it's an either or question. What's more dangerous to you, a mosquito or a crocodile? Okay.
A crocodile.
Wrong. A mosquito kills more humans than any animal on the planet. Now,
if I'm face to face with a mosquito or a crocodile, Greg, stop. Greg, stop. See, what you're trying to do is bastardize statistics. More people die from mosquitoes than crocodiles. You know why? Because people don't have crocodiles inside of their house. If crocodiles were inside their house, if I had 2 crocodiles inside my house like I have 2 mosquitoes, I would get killed by crocodiles more frequently than mosquitoes. So that don't do that. It's
actually really hard to die from a crocodile. But anyway,
stop it! I swear for God.
No, it is. You have to basically be in the water. Like they're dumb. They're not very good animals at killing people. I'm just saying, the hippo is way more dangerous than a crocodile. The mosquito. This is what I'm saying though. Like,
you know how many mosquito bites I've survived. You know how many mosquito bites I've survived. No mosquito has ever killed me. But you know what? I have not been bitten by a crocodile, and I bet you, I would have a much worse reaction to the bite of a crocodile. I would rather have 100 mosquitoes bite me in a row than have one crocodile get me.
Unless that mosquito has malaria.
But I
or
won't know if it
Zika
has
or
malaria.
bird
That's what I'm
flu
saying.
or Ebola.
You're loading, you're
No,
preloading
no,
things
no.
based on
I'm
statistics.
doing what men are doing. Like you're if you're speaking logically, you're saying men are statistically less dangerous than the bear. Their answer doesn't make sense because it's not following reason. If you follow reason just based on what kills more people, the mosquito is more dangerous than the crocodile.
No, it's not.
How is
Put
it not?
somebody in a room. Put Greg. How many mosquitoes have you been bitten by?
Plenty. Yes, I understand that.
How many
And
crocodiles have you been bitten by?
how many crocodiles can you? How easy is it to avoid a crocodile bite?
How many
Extremely.
crocodiles have you been bitten by, Greg?
None. How many
So
crocodiles?
you have a
No, no.
100%. So hold up. You have a 100% survival rate from mosquitoes. You have never
far.
been bitten by a crocodile. I have the exact same statistical representation.
Okay.
Now,
How many crocodile bites?
what
have you
you're doing,
avoided?
Greg. Hold up, Greg. Pause a moment, because you won't allow me to walk my thought out to conclusion so you can understand it. Because you keep asking me to help you understand.
Fair enough.
All right, now what you're doing is using stats, because more people die from the diseases from mosquitoes than die from crocodile bites. But people are not in the proximity of crocodiles the same way they are mosquitoes. The same thing with the man and the bear. If women had to be around and work around bears with the same frequency and proximity as they had to do with men, there'd be a greater representation of mauling and death by bears, because these things are not the same. Because we are, like you said, our environments matter. Because we have environments that separate us from bears and crocodiles, people underestimate the dangers that they pose. Yes, these smaller things have an outsized danger to us because we're around them so much. Cars, mosquitoes. I don't even know what other analogy you use, but it's important to recognize that one mosquito will do far less damage to a human than one crocodile. And if we cannot admit that, Greg, I promise you, I want to end this so bad, because that's so bad faith. It is so disingenuous to use stats in face of reality. Like I can't. It's starting to
No.
be offensive.
I'm not arguing in bad faith. I'm trying to paraphrase your argument of you're basically saying they're not being rational, and you should use reason. But the reasonable answer to mosquito versus crocodile, like, if you're not, which would you rather be bit by? Which would you rather encounter? How many mosquito bites have you avoided? None. How many crocodile bites have you avoided? All of them. It's very easy not to get bit by a crocodile if you're around one. You're not in danger from a crocodile unless you get in the water. Like, and I've lived around. I lived in Florida. I've lived around alligators. I've been around if you're on land, you're fine. You're not going to get attacked. People go up and catch them all the time, keep them in bathtubs. Like, but it's not I'm not trying to say it's a reasonable argument. I'm saying, yes, they're underestimating the dangers of a bear, but that the danger of the bear seems to be the point which men are getting offended about. If that makes sense. Like, it seems to be that, like, it's because they're being compared to a bear that they're upset, not because they're being called dangerous. Does that make sense? Am I explaining this at all?
You keep circling back to points and adding new stuff into it, so I'm not exactly sure what it is at the moment.
I'm not trying to say, like, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but the big reason, like, as someone who felt the impact of this, right? Which one am I picking? What? Hold on. Okay, the one bear attack would probably kill you. I'm not trying to see, but the scenario puts you in the room with a crocodile. I'm fine. A mosquito, as long as it doesn't have a disease, is fine. But they kill a shit ton of people. Like, it's not even close. Now, would I rather be in a room with? It's millions. Like they are the number.
Like
one.
in America, do you know in America, is it more than like 1,000?
In America, it's actually not as high. It's a worldwide statistic. I think in America, it's fairly rare. It's mostly just the flu, bird flu, Zika, things like that. It's mostly disease. It's entirely disease based.
Let me look that up real quick, because that'll be interesting. Give me a second.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, Bree. And this is exactly what I was going to go into. Is like, if you change the question, the answers would change dramatically. What if it was bear or man or bear and man? I bet women would pick bear and man. No, crocodiles are dangerous if you're in the water with them, and like, do not get in the water with them. You're done. Like, there's no getting out of that. But as long as you're on land, you're probably fine. You're faster than they are. At least, hopefully, you're smart enough not to walk up near their mouth.
Okay.
I mean,
So,
Steve Irwin made his whole career doing that. Yeah.
on Eric in the building. So I think I understand. I think I understand everything that you're cobbling together to why you have such a disagreement with like me and Bree. So what you're doing, because you're one of those people that like you understand the dynamics of everything. You study everything. So like you said, with the crocodile, water versus land, you talked about a bear versus the woods and which type. What you're doing is assuming what you're projecting your knowledge of animals onto the rest of us, and you're telling us that our decision is irrational the same way I'm saying their decision is irrational. Is
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
basically that's why someone who's felt the impact. You said you were offended by it, like, which is fine. I'm not judging you. I'm just asking, like, as someone who's impacted by the answer, I'm saying, like, is it the point? The reason that you're impacted by it is because the analogy used a bear. Is that correct, or is that?
I don't even know what else they could have used. It's the fact that we're being juxtaposed against wild animals. Okay. And I don't know if I don't think the bear is the only one that would have bothered me. A dog, a wild dog, a mountain lion. I don't know. All of them probably would have been problematic. If you choose to be in the woods with a wild animal that could tear you apart over a random man that could tear you apart and have you chained in the basement. According to the things, I'm imposing some of the things I heard right there when I said the chain in the basement. So ignore that part. So because of that, I would always be mildly insulted because, again, you're saying that the random animal in the same proximity is more dangerous than the random man in the same proximity. And that's without me, a city slicker, having any knowledge of how dangerous a crocodile is, or how dangerous a brown bear versus a black bear versus a grizzly bear versus a polar bear. I don't know, and I don't care. They're wild animals, and I'm going to avoid them. So to me, I'm going to avoid the wild animals over any person. Hey, it's like, hey, you're in the wood. Now, as a man, I have a certain mental bias that I understand will not apply to women. If you say, Rashawn, I'm going to throw you into the woods with a bear, or Jason from Friday the 13th. I'm going to take Jason because in my mind, I'm going to be able to fight him off. In my mind, even though I've seen every movie and he's super powered, in my mind, the bear is scary. I've seen Jason walk. I know he kind of teleports, but in my mind, I'll be able to figure that out. The bear is the unknown to me. I would rather face the known than the unknown. Women are like, I'd rather face the unknown than the known. I'm okay with that. They can have their choice. I'm just saying, when I reason it out from my position, it doesn't fly with me. I'm not saying it should fly with everybody, and I'm not saying that they're wrong. But yeah.
I'm not okay. We're not even talking about right or wrong, because there is no right or wrong. This is a hypothetical scenario. This isn't like an actual situation that's going to happen. So there is no right or wrong answer here, but it's the reaction to it. I'm trying to understand I'm trying to understand the insult, why it's so insulting to most men. And I think it's because they don't see themselves as dangerous. And I think that they are.
That's some.
Is that
there are
okay?
There are some, because even me, I know, because I think what you're also, another thing I didn't say it, but another thing that I believe you're doing, you're speaking to the capacity for harm. When you say all, because you said all men are dangerous, or I can't remember the verbiage you used either.
I said put humans in a situation, they rip each other apart. In a bad situation, they will rip each other apart.
In the woods. You said women. Basically, you said women are underestimating the danger posed by a bear, but they're accurately assessing the danger by men. To say that, and again, I'm taking away, because I don't have the same knowledge of bears that you do. and black bears, brown. I don't know. I'm not. I can't impose all that on my. I don't know it. But to say that a random man has the same capacity for harm as a random bear, with me not having any knowledge, I'm going by my feeling. Is I'm going to feel that a bear is more dangerous. So most of these guys also, because most of us are in cities sitting on computers, they do not have. They are sitting there like me. This is a wild animal. What are you talking about? Why would you choose a wild animal over me sitting at this computer typing keys, slipping a Slurpee, eating a burrito? Why would you choose that over me? I would never. Like, what are you talking about? That's going to kill you. I'm not. So that's what these guys are internalizing. You must be crazy. Some of them think that they're all safe. Not all. At least half of us know that we're dangerous because some of us actually have done harm to people. So there's a good group of, they know not all men are thinking that they're safe or that all men are safe. Most men know because most men are afraid of other men. So I know you keep saying something about men are assuming. I don't think most men assume that they're safe. There might be something else going on, but most men don't assume that they're safe because most men are afraid of other men.
But so that's what's throwing me here. This is what I, again, and I'm not a very good human, so this is like an outsider, like trying to understand the viewpoint thing. So it's not just me being argumentative or me trying to win. I don't care, honestly. I just I'm genuinely trying to understand why everyone's so offended by this. So if they acknowledge they're dangerous, why? That's what I don't get. Like, why are they offended by being told they're dangerous? Like, if they're
they're not being
it,
told. They're not being told they're dangerous. They're being.
So you don't think they're more dangerous than a bear?
No, Greg, you gotta let me finish sentences.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
What I pointed this out earlier to you. They're not just saying that men are dangerous, and I said this earlier. That's understood. We all understand men are dangerous. I'm saying it again. Men are dangerous. These men know that men are dangerous. What the women are saying is that they're choosing a bear because the bear is less dangerous than the man to them. The form of danger that the bear poses is more favorable than the form of danger that the man poses. That's an important caveat that you keep trying to remove it. Yes, we all understand that men are dangerous. That's not what the scenario is saying. The scenario is saying that the danger that men pose is greater to women than a wild animal.
Okay. Yeah, so no, that's what I was asking when I said, like, that's what I said. It's the comparison that is offensive. That is
to a wild animal, yes. Yes,
because
we spend all of our lives conforming to all these rules and laws and not doing this and that, and then here you're still more dangerous than a wild animal. You'll probably chain me in the basement.
That helps me like understand it, because like that's what I'm getting. That's the part I'm not really understanding. I'm like, if you know men are, I personally, if I want to harm you, I am more dangerous than a bear. I don't want to harm you, so you're fine. But I'm saying, like, capacity for cruelty, humans outweigh every animal. Like, wash them.
And we also wash them in the capacity for benevolence too.
Exactly. Yes, and this is kind of what I want to get into within it. Inya said, so we should just keep our guards up against women, bears, and men. And this is what I wanted to talk about. Is like, just because something is dangerous, like, you can acknowledge, but like, that doesn't mean that cooperation isn't still important. But you need to know that if you to cooperate with another human, you have to put yourself at risk, and you are putting yourself at risk. Like, I'm putting myself at risk of looking like an asshole by coming. Like, this is your show, it's your stream, you have control. You could manipulate this in such a way to make me look like an asshole. I don't think that's your intention. I don't think you're going to do that. But it is a risk I have to do to come up here and have this conversation. And this is a very mild, like, minor risk, but that's kind of what I'm circling around. Like, what I think women are mostly focusing on is that, like, to cooperate, you have to make yourself vulnerable. You have to trust other people. You have to put yourself in a situation where you're at risk, but the benefits outweigh the risk. No, I'm not saying. I'm saying bears stop killing when they're full. Humans commit genocide. You would rather have a bear than a man who is bent on killing you.
So in the woods, you're saying that the incentives that make them choose men over bears in the city do not apply in the woods. Men use their utility or benefit once you're in the woods.
Right. I mean, why? The in the woods part to me is you're removing society, which, let's be honest, like, this is what I'm talking, like, women civilize men because women are after that barbarian love, so to speak. All the chivalry, the manners, the laws, society, all of this is so women can determine which men are capable of being civilized and which men are not. So yeah, in a wilderness situation, women one-on-one are at an absolute disadvantage. Society benefits them greatly. The norms, the social norms, that what's acceptable, the laws, all of those are for the benefit of women, mostly. We're different than wild animals. We're much worse. An animal will only kill you if it's hungry or you're in its territory. A man will kill you because of the color of your skin or your religious beliefs or whatever, and they will exterminate everyone. Like, no animal is capable of the hatred or violence or savagery that humans are capable of. It's okay. If you really want to make it a race thing, you want to talk about Africa, we can go to Africa. Because the Congo is
Bree, he said, go back to Africa.
No, oh God. See, I trusted you, and what did you do? This is what I mean.
I had to. So what you said there, I was like, well, I gotta find a way. I gotta find a way to make it crazy.
I understand that. I'm not. That's what I guess. I am against the gender wars. I think the gender wars are fucking stupid. I am always against the gender wars. I hate the red pill bros. I hate the feminists. I hate everyone who's trying to gin up this shit. Like, I am actively anti-gender war. It's like, who's more important, your kidney or your liver? We evolved together. We need men and women. Like, I will fight against any gender war, like, shit. And this is like touchstone. This is like a lightning stone for the fucking gender wars, this question, for some reason. And that's why I'm trying to understand it. Is because what implication? Yes, they are. If a man is determined to kill you, you are way worse off than an animal who's just hungry, or he'll give up after a while, or territorial, he'll give up if you leave the territory.
Because see, you've acknowledged it, but it's like when you say it, you said that men have a benefit. Mm-hmm. Men have a benefit. Like, it's kind of vague. But every time you talk about the dangers, and this is what's coming from the women's side, this is what men are internalizing. Every time it's the threat, we're the most violent, we could kill you, we're genocidal, we're very descriptive language for all of the things that are bad about men. But when it comes to the benefits, it's like, oh, well, they're around you because there's a benefit. So it's like there's an imbalance of, I'll say, criticism. So the positive criticism is very muted and vague. Okay. But the negative criticism is very pointed and persistent and continual. So it starts to wear on you. So when it comes across to men, like, because we're online, we're on the same internet spaces as these women, because of the gender war, we are in a space where we're either bashing women as a form of catharsis to feel good about ourselves, or hearing women bash us so they can feel good about themselves, but it's harmful to us to take that in. And so it's like a tit for tat where we're hurting them, they're hurting us. And that's why it's a war. But I am pro-war because it exposed a couple of things, that men and women really don't like each other. And that all these centuries, we were dealing with each other because we had to. Men forced women to comply through force. And the moment they were free, women were like, I don't even like y'all. I'm taking these birth control pills because I don't even want your kids. I'm not marrying you. I don't want to live with you. I don't want you throwing your dirty socks around. I don't like you leaving the toilet seat up. I don't like y'all at all. Women are saying, by and large, they don't really like us. And I love it. I love it because it's honest. And the men, they're just suffering because they actually really like women to some degree. Some of them.
Yeah, for sure.
Most of us don't really like women either. But some of them,
okay,
they're
yeah,
hurting.
let's.
They're getting
There's a
caught up.
difference between liking women and liking vagina. Let's make that very clear.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Like there is a huge difference there between what you're sexually attracted to and actually liking them as a person.
Mhm.
So yeah, and I'm also kind of disconnected from this because outside of cities, this isn't really happening.
Mhm.
Men and women are still cohabitating, getting married, living together in relative peace and harmony.
Mhm.
Like in rural or small towns, like it's not
It's not as bleak.
right. It's not the same situation at all. The gender war is not like popping off here or anything. So it's interesting, but so let me go in on the benefits of men then, I guess. So to praise
No,
the
no, you don't have to do that. I'm talking about that. That was a general argument for men in general. I don't need. I know the benefits of men because I don't need that for myself.
Okay. Well, I'm just
I
trying
was
to
speaking like for your understanding because you were like that's men are hearing that with all the pointed criticisms of women. We're hearing a very detailed list of everything that we're not continually because of the space that we're in. We're choosing to inhabit the space. I'm not saying men are of their own volition choosing to be online to listen to this. So the harm is self-harm. So I want to acknowledge that. No man is being made to listen to women. So I want to acknowledge that. I'm saying, but after ingesting so much of it, it damages your psyche if you take it personally, and a lot of people do.
Okay. I get that. Like, and again, I'm not just arguing to argue. I'm really trying to understand because I think a lot of things in the gender war, it's the same as like politics. It's just trying to dunk on the other side.
Yes.
Like it doesn't matter. It's not well thought out or well like reasoned, or it's not even the only point is to make the other side look bad. So like I don't know. I'm in general against the gender war. I don't think it's productive. I don't think it's going to help. You're not getting rid of the other sex no matter what. Like we're a species that reproduces through sexual reproduction. We're going to be stuck with each other. We should probably come to some kind of, understanding. I mean, men do need to be a lot less condescending to women as far as, the ability to think, things of that nature. Well, women also need to be a lot more graceful towards men. So, frenemies, yeah, sort of like frenemies. Yes, but I don't know. This question always just fascinates me because it's like the reactions were so strong from both sides, and it's like,
oh yeah,
it's interesting to me. I guess as you said, an outsider that's not really personally invested.
I love the gender war.
How do you love the gender war, man?
Like
That's so weird.
It exposes the truth. I hate liars. I hate people that are dishonest. Like when I was getting animated, I was like, you're arguing in bad faith. Like, because it feels like a lie. You're trying to tell me that the reality that I know and have experienced is completely false. And I knew that wasn't your intent, but like that's where the passion comes from. And that's what I feel like men and women are doing to each other. They're trying to tell each other that no, your lived reality is false. Like you're lying. And I'm like, no, you're by telling them that they're lying, you're lying. And everybody's doing that to each other. And I'm like, now the gender war is bringing out all the truth. The women are telling the truth about the men, and the men are telling the truth about the women, and nobody likes it. Nobody likes to see themselves reflected. Like, again, to this question, the men don't like the reflection of them being so dangerous because it looks bad. And the women don't like hearing that they're not smart enough to make decisions. But it's true.
I did not say that. No,
I said it.
Wow,
said it.
Wow.
I mean, but it's just the truth. Like what happens when one of the problems in society right now is the men are completely devoid of character for the most part. Like most men do not exhibit character and integrity, which is their failure. And on the women's response, because I might even just I can't say that it's not because the men are so terrible. I won't say it's the chicken or the egg. I don't know who came first, but the women have given up thinking and reasoning or trying to figure stuff out. They're just trying to feel good. what feels good in the moment. So their responses, their TikToks, whatever it is all about feeling good. It's not thought out. It's not long term. It's hampering our families because they're doing things that feel good now, but a lot of times it's inconsistent because feelings change and feelings change over time. So kids aren't even growing up in stable environments in women-led households because as their feelings change, their parenting changes. So the household structure will change. The environment will change based on how mom feels. And that's problematic because kids then get no stability or structure and no cohesive understanding of how things should be because things are how mom wants them today. And that's happening a lot in the Black community, less so, but still quite a bit in the white community. Like the women-led households are problematic because women do not typically bring structure to the family.
Absolutely no argument there. And I was raised by a single mom, so you can lump me into that category. I am well aware. Like, yes, single mom have the worst outcomes for children.
Yeah,
across the board,
and nobody wants to hear that.
But I'm just saying, it's not even like an arguable point. It's not even close. Like, it is the worst possible outcome by a large margin in every measurable metric. Like,
so that's
you are
why
better off.
It's so. Go ahead,
yes. Well, that's why I'm against the gender war. It's like,
but we need to acknowledge that
you're still going to be having kids. The whole reason of the cohabitating and the getting in relationships and the marriage and all that is for the outcome of the children, ideally. Like, and I like the internet has set selfishness on fire. Like, human self-indulgence is gone bonkers,
sky high.
Yes, for both sexes, absolutely. And so and that's what I'm saying. Like, women were never supposed to like men. Women like their children, and the man is useful in protecting and providing for their children. Like that, that's the kind of way I've always seen the world. It's like men love women, women love their children, and that's okay. That's like the natural order of things. Like, so men being exposed that women don't really like men, but they like their sons. Like, those same single moms who are doing terrible jobs raising those kids are still there trying to bail them out of jail and shit. Like, I've heard a lot of single moms be like, my son can't do no wrong.
Yeah, but I don't think that means they love them. Because love them means sacrificing to their betterment. And that's not what's happening. Because people choose their feelings. Like, the women are choosing their feelings. The men are choosing, and I guess in a weird way, the men having no character is a function of them choosing their feelings too. They're choosing like convenience or comfort or variety over being disciplined or whatever. So it's still, I guess, on both sides, everybody is indulging their feelings. On the men's side, it comes across as lack of character and integrity. On the women's side, it just comes across as a lack of consideration and thoughtfulness. Like, they're not thinking through the things that they're doing. Men are thinking it through, but they're just choosing terribly every single time. They'll choose it openly. Like, well, I just cheated on her because I could, or because they'll voice their lack of character. They'll think it through and then still make the wrong choice, which is terrible for me. I guess the saving grace for women is they'll see, like, well, I didn't think about it like that. At least they'll pretend like they didn't think about it, or they'll delude themselves. The men don't have any excuse.
Yeah, no, I think you're right there. Like, it's worse to rationally work through it and then make the bad choice every time. Like, and I don't think that that's your understanding. I think this question really just gets to, like, the response to the question has both genders kind of on display fully here. Of like, their worst. We're very much we become slaves to our worst impulses.
Yep.
We don't think of anything outside of ourselves. Everything, and that is what social media does. It's tailored for you. It only shows you the things you want to see. Like, the algorithm is designed for that. Like, they're trying to keep you on their site. It's not going to show you content you disagree with or things that might help you or challenge your viewpoint. It's going to show you things that agree with you, things that, you want to engage with because they make you feel good or whatever. And so you're not forced to encounter anything that's not specifically tailored to you So yeah, we've just become a society of everything's about me, or a species really, which is, I don't know, it's a little sad, but
So let me ask you
I
this
don't.
question. And I'm gonna go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I want to ask you this question because this is where I would say the men. I haven't seen the men go to this next step, and the women have asked for it. If men are so unsafe, what should we as men do about it? And I want to hear your take, and women in the chat if you're listening. I want to know from a woman's standpoint if men are if men are so unsafe. Which again, I understand Greg's point. The capacity for men to do evil is the greatest on the planet, but I also balance that with knowing that the greatest good can also come from those same people. So in my head, I balance that out. I don't just go straight to the evil side, but I understand it doesn't matter if you're alone and thinking about this person as a threat. You're going to feel the fear. So if men inspire that much fear, which I know they do, I get it. I'm a guy, and I get worried by guys. If I see two guys standing by my door or something, I'm gonna be annoyed. Like, oh, here we go. I got to get ready to fight. Maybe trying to sell some Verizon or something. I don't know, but in my head, I get prepared for danger. So, what, in your perspective, women, would you expect men to do about this danger if they're not the danger themselves? And like literally not the danger. Not like I think I'm safe, but then I sexually assault my friend when she's drunk. Not that person. The literally, I would never hurt a fly. Even if I get pushed, I'd rather walk away. I do all the right things. I make sure people are safe. I won't get in the elevator if it's just a woman. All the possible good things. What should that person be doing? But Greg, I want to hear your perspective on that too. What should men be doing if this is the reality that women face? If we care and we want to do something different, what should that look like from our side?
Okay. This is very easy. Serve something greater than yourself. That's it. Like, this is what men should be doing. Like, you need selfishness in women is bad. You get OnlyFans models and strippers and whatnot. Selfishness in men is like society destroying. Like, you cannot just have men running around doing whatever they want. You need, because of that danger. So you need to serve something better than yourself. Like, moral code, a religious code, a social code, a woman you love, doesn't matter. But you need to have something you are willing to sacrifice for, put yourself at risk for, do violence for, and also abstain from violence for. Like, you have to have someone's interest in mind and their outcome being better to work towards, if that makes sense.
I want to agree with you. I know a lot of times that's going to be something like I know religion instills a moral code. Some other disciplines and groups and organizations, like martial arts and some sports, they try to instill betterment in men. Military, there are structures and ideas and beliefs that men can strive towards that ask them to be better. But I know in all of those arenas, men still do the harm. Like every single one of them. The church, sports teams, they be sexually assaulting people. I'm sure there's some dojos that have some, women pinned to the mat. I know. I already know because people are people. Even believing or ascribing to these higher ideals does not stop a person's nature.
Right. I'm talking about, you're asking what a man should do. This is what a man should do. But there's still, like, those people who do that, they're betraying the very thing that they're claimed to be serving. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're claiming to be moral, but they're violating their own beliefs. And I'm saying, if you're a man, you should, like, not violate you should have those sincere. It could be anything. It could be a woman you love. Like, if you love a woman, you should be willing to kill as many people as it takes to keep her safe. That should just, like, that's not, you should also hopefully never have to come to that. But if it does come to that, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, your cause can be anything except yourself. Because if it's just you, then it ends up just a shit show.
What up, Bree? I did want to hear from the women, and I want to pose that too because there's a second part to that dangerous thing. 'Cause everybody wants, like, because the thing is, I believe women and men both, like Greg said, want men that can stand up against the other dangerous men. But that requires a man to be dangerous. So I have a mental, man. I have a mental obstruction there because it's like, okay, to become dangerous, you have to become familiar with imposing danger and to impose threats, to be able to be willing to and able to impose bodily harm and to test that out. So how do we get there? But I wanted to hear Bree's answer to the question. Bree,
Hello.
what up?
Hello, Bree.
What was the question again?
I
Can you say
can't
it again?
stand.
I'm
Now
sorry.
women are
Can you say it
asking.
again?
Nah, you good. Nah, you good. Now women in this situation because they're saying that men pose a great threat. They pose a great
Yeah,
threat so much
which
that they're choosing bears. Which
right.
I mean, if you want to talk on that part, I mean, your first part,
Yeah, I
you had a
can't
lot of
relate.
disagreement on the chat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
don't relate to that. Or the same, all men like be dangerous because I feel like that's an active verb or
mm-hmm.
active state of being. You're not dangerous at all times unless you're like a black belt trained killer or MMA fighter or something. Maybe they are. Like once you can be described as a human weapon, then maybe you're actually dangerous at all times. But I don't see regular people as being dangerous, if that makes sense.
But is
That's
that
fair.
something that we
No,
should
they're
be?
not always dangerous. It's situational.
Yeah, so I wouldn't marry a dangerous man.
But
Like I
should we
wouldn't.
strive
No,
for
I
that?
don't like people say that. Like I've seen JP talk about it and stuff, and I understand the concept of it. Like you want to believe that the mate you pick could defend you from harm if it ever came at you. But in my mind, as a woman, I don't consider that a dangerous man. And it's true that a lot of women still pick men who, when the danger shows up, they are not able to defend them. I saw a man get punched in his face at us in the stadium. He tried to defend his wife. He got knocked the fuck out. Okay, so women aren't always choosing men who actually have proven and can protect them. They just would like to believe they can. So I kind of feel like that's being conflated. Like I don't think it's as high up as people think because a lot of women are choosing mates that they've never even seen fight. I've never
Yeah.
seen my husband fight anybody. I've never he has in his life, but I haven't seen it. So if I was really looking for someone who's dangerous or all these things, it would seem like I would have wanted to see him fight or prove that he can defend him, defend me. So I just think it's being overly emphasized when if you look at how most women actually move, it's not really a consideration. Unless she's a woman who is in constant danger or like constantly getting into bad situations.
Okay.
So I don't think
As a
the average woman doesn't need that type of protection unless she's constantly in danger, constantly in trouble.
It's interesting. Well, one, I'd say Bree is probably more dangerous than her husband. I would not fuck with Bree. Like, not a lot.
I mean,
You strike me
I'll
as the
call
type
the
of
police.
woman.
I'm a snitch. I'm gonna call the police. They dangerous. They be
Even
fucking
if there
people
was
up.
no police, like you're the type of girl who would take a rock to someone's head while they were sleeping if they deserved it, and I respect
Yeah,
that. I'm like, you are not gonna make Bambi eyes and play helpless. That's just not your style, in my opinion.
I also like grew up in a very dangerous environment, so I
So
don't
you're
know.
right. So that makes sense, and
I grew up in a very dangerous environment, so I've known actual dangerous men, like what
right.
I would call dangerous men, and I would never choose to pair bond with those men.
But there's also a lot of the danger of life has been removed, especially for people in cities.
I mean,
Like,
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like when people
yeah, so
start
it's
talking
different.
about she wants a dangerous man to protect her from danger when most women are in any high level of danger most of the time,
Yeah, I agree with that.
then that's not really a real thing. I think that's just something people want to believe. But I don't think that's true.
Well,
That's
if you have
less.
like coyotes around your house, or
But my
live in
family
an
lives
area,
in the country, you know what I mean? Like
but
so
it's a
yeah,
man.
you have
Okay,
those things, but still like it's it's very situational, it's very niche. So that's what I mean. If you're talking about the general population, most of the population lives within the cities in America. I don't think that that's a truism for most people. Now you have niche communities that maybe need those things, like people in the country or people who live in the ghetto. Like if you live in a very gang, a lot of gang violence, the hood, for all intensive purposes, you may want a boyfriend or a husband that's going to be able to fight, because it's highly likely that he's going to have to swing on somebody on a Tuesday for no reason besides they looked at him too long, or he had on the wrong color,
Right.
or they want you, so they gonna try him. Like there
You're
are
saying
certain
on the whole,
environments.
though,
On the
women
whole, no.
aren't
Most
attracted to violent men.
most people aren't in a constantly dangerous situation where they would need what I would say is a dangerous man. I think people who ain't never been through shit maybe believe that, but I don't.
But it's not
I
based
don't.
on anything. It's not grounded in reality.
It's not, just like the bear. Yeah, it's not grounded in reality. They don't have experience with actual dangerous men or dangerous enough environments where dangerous men are necessary.
Which is
And they're
interesting
not
to
going and
me.
picking people up at the firearm,
Right.
at the firing range or at a combat sport. They're not even
No.
seeing people express their dangerousness. They're just assuming based on like physicality or the way
Yeah.
they carry
I've
themselves.
seen plenty of suburban husbands get knocked the fuck out.
Right.
They're not dangerous.
They're not dangerous, but they. So it's interesting to me because like military men have no problem getting married. They have an extreme problem staying married. Divorce is definitely.
But it's not because
like,
people perceive them as dangerous. And that's what I'm saying.
So?
I think it's overemphasized. As a woman, I just think the overemphasis of women pick dangerous men is money, is resources. Like, oh, you in the military, you're gonna have a constant check. And I'm gonna have a house. But they have housing and they have checks. And usually if you want to be with a man in the military, if y'all aren't married, you're gonna be separated from him. So it makes sense to get married so that he can get housing, he can get the better housing and not have to stay in barracks. And you also can travel with him. So like a lot of military couples are getting married to access the benefits.
That's fair. But it's interesting.
That's more of an incentive than him being trained to be this dangerous man.
Interesting.
So I don't believe that, which is why when I hear this, like women saying that men are inherently more dangerous, that's bullshit. Because like that's not true.
Oh, I'm not saying they're more dangerous. I'm saying in a one-on-one.
No, I'm saying that's what men are saying. That's what the women are saying. They're saying they rather take their chances with a wild animal than a random man who they don't know.
Okay.
That would imply that all random men are dangerous to them inherently.
Do you think they're capable of being dangerous?
All people are capable of being dangerous. Okay. Have you ever tried to hold down an 80-something-year-old woman who got fucking delirium?
Psych ward patients,
That's why it's moot. Yeah. So no, I don't feel like any random man I come across is inherently dangerous beyond the capacity for any human to be dangerous. That is not how I experience life. So that is not. I know good men. I have a lot of healthy relationships with men. So it would be weird for me to feel that. I just feel like that would be weird. That is weird.
See, I don't think that's what I'm getting. I don't think this is a condemnation of good men.
You can't say you can't say.
Well, she said good men.
Okay, no, I know good men. So that's why I would never say I would choose the bear over a man, because I actually do know what I would say are good men. But I don't think I just find that would be very hard to connect with someone deeply and actually pair bond with them if you inherently believe that all men are dangerous, where you would pick a wild animal over a man. Like that's, I can't see how you could actually pair bond completely. And maybe it's like Stockholm syndrome. So,
well, if the man's in love with you and won't harm you in any way, which is what I think they get wrong, which is when they're trying.
But you can't receive love from somebody that you think could just snap on you at any moment.
This is my point. This is what I'm talking about. Like, this is the thing you have to navigate is the difference between a violent man who is a good man and a violent man who's just a psychopath.
Yeah, but don't call him violent man, because a person who is defending themselves or doing something in response to a stimuli is not a violent person.
Okay,
Like,
okay.
so, but I'm
But
saying that's where the implication comes in, because if you're gonna call,
Yeah,
I'm not a violent person, but I'll beat a bitch ass.
so
Like,
you are a violent person.
no, because
Just
I'm not out here
only
just knocking out grannies
right,
that
right,
look
right,
at me
right.
too
It's
long.
not
Like,
arbitrary violence, but you're
no,
still capable of
I've
violence.
lived around violent people, and you look at them for 5 seconds and you're
Okay.
fighting. That is a violent person. Like,
This
a
is
person who is protecting themselves, even in our laws, are not seen as a violent person.
okay. This is where I get the like this is I think a misunderstanding of definitions here between us. Like when I'm saying violent, I'm saying someone who is capable of violence,
But that's
even if
all
it's for a
humans.
good
So then
cause.
that would be an unnecessary modifier of the
Well,
noun of a
not all
human.
humans are good at it. Like you said, quite a few
Yeah.
suburban dads have just got knocked the fuck out. But I'm saying, like, at least somewhat capable and has shown the ability to use violence.
But most people haven't in modern
Hmm.
first world countries, unless you grow up in dangerous environments. That's why I go back to, most people ain't out here fighting. There are some adult men who have never fought anybody in their life.
Yeah, I've never fought anyone in a fist fight. Why would
Exactly.
I?
So
I
once
have guns.
again,
Like
we have
that doesn't
no
make any sense.
basis for these things, and I don't think it's something most people are actually looking for. I don't think most women care if a man can fight, unless
Okay.
she is a hood booger, a celebrity, maybe somebody who needs a higher level of protection. I don't think most people fit in that category.
Okay.
I don't.
Can I ask you a question though?
Yeah.
So okay, how do you interpret? And I'm asking you this for your perspective. How do you interpret the fact that like a plurality of women have violent sexual fantasies? Which again, to qualify this, no, I'm not saying it has anything to do with real life or that they real
Right.
life
Like kinks.
fantasies are different.
Yeah.
Like I'm just saying, but violent sexual fantasies are shown in a plurality of women admit to having them.
I mean,
So
I
I'm just
like
curious.
Lestat. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So could you explain that? Like,
Why I like
because
him?
I'm saying sexual desire isn't rational. It doesn't make sense. There's
No, they're not.
reasoning.
They're not one for one.
Right.
I think is the best
Go
way to
ahead.
understand it. It's usually about a power dynamic or something that the person exemplifies. Like, there's character traits they exemplify, that these characters women like generally embody that women like. But we also at the same time understand that most modern men don't have any room to show these things. Like, most modern men don't exist in this reality. That's why they live in fantastical worlds, or they're kings, or like I think JP talked about that. They're like vampires, billionaires, like
Right.
these very extreme, very small percentage of men. So they exist in the fantasy world because most men don't actually have anywhere to express these energies in real life, right? Like, most of y'all aren't lords, overland, billionaires, any
Excuse
of
me?
that stuff. Yeah.
I would make an excellent pirate. I will say.
Right. Or
Yeah.
pirates. I mean, that one pirate was fine. He dead now.
I'm
But
not
you know,
hot,
that's
but okay. So this is what I'm saying. Like,
I'm just saying. So that's
So-
why it exists in fantasy, because we already understand that it's not real.
but is it the violence or dangerousness of that person that is part of the driving force of that sexual desire, or is this just coincidence?
Then once again, I think you're overemphasizing the danger, because in the fantasy, the understanding inherently is that he's not dangerous to you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That,
Okay, so for
maybe
whatever
I'm
reason,
understanding this. This
so
is what I'm
for
getting.
whatever we don't think about the danger, because it's built into the scenario that he's not dangerous to us. We don't even think about it. We don't even. It's not like, oh, I want him to be dangerous.
Yeah.
He's not dangerous to us.
I interpret that as you want a violent man.
No, not in
who
real
is
life.
not violent towards you.
Not in real
What I
life.
mean, he would never be dangerous towards you, but he's very dangerous towards anyone.
Not in real life. Most women are not with men who exemplify what you keep saying. Most women are not with dangerous men.
I'm not saying how they act. I'm saying their sexual desire based on that's all I'm talking about is like their sexual fantasy.
No, real life women are not looking for that, because most real life men are not dangerous. So real life sexual desire does not require that. Now, like you talking about fantasy, like he got a lot of shit going on that is not real. So you
Right.
can't overemphasize the danger aspect.
Okay.
He got
I may be putting
money,
too much-
he
okay.
got resources. That I'm telling you, resources is higher up here than all of that other stuff.
I get that. Yeah.
And power is a resource. Having power over others is a sign of resources.
See,
That's not a danger thing. Like if you
though?
watch if you were to read a romance novel, if you were to watch a romance anime, anything romantic, these violent men that these women want, the violence is never included in the story, really. We're not having long drawn out battle scenes. We're not
Right.
having round table meetings. We don't give a fuck about any of that. So it's not really it's overemphasized, I think. Versus how it actually is for us. Like we glazed over that. Romance anime don't be having hardly no fighting in it. Just enough so it exists for continuity story. But like not for real. We don't care about that.
Interesting.
So I don't know. I think you're looking at it from a very male perspective.
I am. No, for sure. That's why I'm asking like questions.
But most men aren't dangerous to me. I don't think the average man is dangerous. Like, could he overpower me? Yeah. But I kind of see them as neutral until you show me that you're not neutral. Like, dangerous people do stuff to let you know they're dangerous.
Sometimes.
Most of the time. If you've actually been around dangerous people, you kind of can see when people are like, there are a lot of subtleties to predatory behavior, or if you raise animals, anything like I am a woman, knock on wood. I have
Like
never
temperament.
had any of temperament. I've had generally good experience, nothing. So, but I've been around dangerous people. I've been around people I'm almost 100% sure had intention to harm me, but they didn't get to. So like, I just don't believe that there's no signs of a person being dangerous. I don't think most people are dangerous.
Interesting.
Inherently.
See, well, what I was kind of getting at is like a lot of the women I know who have experienced SA, it's not like a parking garage or rant. It's a friend they were hanging out with, they had no interest in, who just started groping on them.
Well, they probably showed signs and they missed them.
Okay.
So I think the conversation needs to be that most women don't actually know when they're in danger. And so now they think everybody's dangerous.
That's true. That's what I'm saying. Yes. They don't correctly assess danger.
Yeah. So now you think everybody's danger because to you it felt random, but it wasn't random.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think that's
more of the issue here than the nature of men inherently.
This is what I think they're saying, though. It's like that's a minefield they have to navigate, and if you don't know how to see those signs, and you just trust people, and then you get betrayed by someone you thought was harmless,
yeah,
like
I can understand like emotionally how they get there, though. Like I can, like Rashawn was saying, I understand emotionally how they get there, but that doesn't mean the reality is that all men are inherently, if you're a woman and you're alone in a room with a man, that you are in danger. That's not a true factual, that is not reality. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. I get that. And I'm not saying that that's what, but
I think that's what is implied through the scenario, because it's like the man in the corner thing where it's a completely neutral prompt and people will inject their own stuff in it. Because it just asks which one would you rather be in the woods with. When I hear that, I'm like, oh, the man can help me. I'm weighing the options. Like, yeah, it's a chance he might murder me, but it's also a chance he's just a really nice old man who lives in the woods and like will be able to tell me how to get back to the freeway.
But
or
you're
will
also
murder
a ranger.
Okay.
Or a ranger, or somebody who has a gun that'll shoot the bear that the other women are saying they will pick. Like in my head, I'm just saying none of that was established. So I'm not going to just assume the man is going to harm me, because he could also be a helpful man.
But you're 100% an alpha. Like you would be.
I've just actually been around dangerous people. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think most of the people answering this is like the teenagers, like they haven't actually experienced danger. And it's like first world kind of problems.
Absolutely. I agree with that part of it. No contest. I think you would be more dangerous than any man in the situation where it was a bunch of men and one woman. I would be terrified.
I've been around a bunch of men as a bunch of men as the only
not trapped,
woman.
not trapped like in a society like abandoned on an island. I would be terrified of you. I would be
No,
so
I
terrified.
think I would, because I think I would be comfortable.
Yeah, you
And
would
like
run
and
with it.
that's the thing, I'm not a violent person. I'm not.
You don't have to be. You
No,
just
but I
get
don't
men
think
to do it
most
for you.
people are. I don't. That's what I'm saying. I've experienced most people as not violent, and I've also seen the effects that a lot of like black men specifically is frustrating because some of them are not violent, but they're just automatically seen as violent, and so people I think typically like escalate at the most mundane things, and that's what I was saying. The implications of saying that, I think sometimes people don't really understand because some people aren't affected by those kind of
The social program.
the social ramifications of saying that all men are as dangerous as wild animals until you tame them or something like that.
See, this is interesting to me because you and an A in the comments is saying, I dated men who were dangerous, but I weren't dangerous to me. But that doesn't make them violent
Well,
if they punches you and you respond.
Well, she
But
said that I've never dated a dangerous man.
Right. No, I'm saying
Yeah.
you're saying that violence is only people who do violence randomly and arbitrarily. I think a violent man
Or a trained
is
fighter.
someone who uses violence, like a soldier who would never harm anyone who wasn't.
Yeah,
a
but
direct
he's
threat to
trained.
them, is still
I
violent.
made space for those people. That's why I say, like,
Right,
unless
right.
you're trained to be like military or a trained fighter, I would say those people are dangerous because they are considered weapon or they've had specialized training to probably give them an upper hand over most people. Like, I'm okay with saying that those people could be considered dangerous people beyond irrational people who kind of just act out, Yeah, she didn't say, she said they weren't dangerous.
You said that protecting yourself doesn't make you violent unless I protect
No.
myself with violence. Like,
Yeah.
you're still doing violence. And
Yeah, you're
people are
doing
good or
violence.
bad at it.
The if is important. The if is
Right.
important.
Yeah,
So if
the
you don't
reason
actually
you're
do
doing
anything violent, you're not doing violence.
There are people who will sit there and just take an ass whooping because they're afraid to hit someone back. Those people are out
Then they're
there
not
for sure. There's a lot
Then
of
they're
them.
not violent.
Yeah, they're not
Right.
violent.
That's a non-violent person. Someone who will do violence for good reasons is still a violent person.
That would be,
That's
and that's
what
what I'm
it
saying. We
depends.
usually don't consider them violent. Like, if you think of the modifiers, like self-defense, like that's why we have these terms of self-defense or
Yeah.
defensive.
Sure.
An act of violence versus a violence person. That is, I think, is the distinction you need to make.
I'm saying an act of violence does not make you a violent person.
I think a lot of people don't have as much capacity for violence as we say they do, but I think everyone is capable of it in the right situation.
Everybody's capable of violence. If
But in
somebody
most
comes and attack my
situations-
kids, I'm gonna try to murder them. Like,
Most people will not fight. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yes. If you were in a situation where your kids were in danger, you would kill the shit out of some people.
okay, but now you wouldn't label me a violent person from that.
I
don't think you would label me a violent person from that. Like, if I was to tell that
Sounds like
story
Greg
about,
would.
I would, but it's okay. Well, I'm not.
if
I don't
I lived
mean
my whole life and I never hurt a person, and somebody, I
Good.
was like, somebody came into my house and tried to attack my kids, so I murdered them.
Now you're violent.
I did an act of violence, but to say I'm a violent person has a different.
It's actually quite hard to kill someone, like psychologically.
But I'm saying, but it has a different connotation to say someone's a violent person. That means their state of being.
I guess I don't have the same connotation for that. So
because their state of being is always in a place of violence. The modifier on the person would give insight into their state of being at all times.
So I'm using the term in a different way, pretty much it. So like I understand that being a misunderstanding because like I'm not quite grasping the. Because
here's an example. If I was at a job and they're like, let's do an icebreaker, and we're at work and they're like, okay, introduce yourself, right? And you start giving modifiers or adjectives about who you are. If I stood up in the work icebreaker and was like, I'm Bree, I'm a sexual person, like people would be like, that's awkward as fuck to say at a job icebreaker. Would they not? Like people would be like,
right. But
okay.
you are, but you control it. So it's not, that's what I'm saying. Like,
but that's what I'm saying. But no, the modifier holds a weight, and that's what I'm saying.
So it's interesting. So, okay, you are
I'm a sexual
person, but you're also a moral monogamous
But I didn't say
person.
that. No, but I'm saying I said this at a job icebreaker.
Right, but does the fact that you're moral and monogamous
I didn't say I'm a
how-
moral monogamous person. I said I'm a sexual person.
I'm saying you're a moral monogamous person. But what I'm
No.
asking is, does the fact that you're a moral monogamous person negate the fact that you're a sexual person?
No,
still
you're moving it into another realm. I'm talking about colloquial, like how we use English, how we communicate, and how people interpret that. I'm not talking about all the things I can be. I have a lot of identities. I could have chosen to say anything.
Right. But I'm
So-
saying you are
yeah.
a sexual person. Would you agree with
No,
the statement?
I'm not
was true?
saying. Yeah, the statement was true, but why
Okay.
is it weird? That's the point. Why is the statement weird?
It's a weird thing. It would be a weird thing to say you're a violent person.
No, why is it weird to say
uh,
I'm a sexual person in a job icebreaker as my introduction?
Because it's nothing to do with them. Like, it's just an odd, like, keep your business to yourself type thing. But I mean, it doesn't make the
But I'm not
statement less
doing
true. And
anything.
this is what I'm getting at. Like, you're still a violent person, even if you only do violence when it's necessary or for a good cause.
But the choice of the word that you choose to say and when you choose to say it makes a difference, because there's a lot of things that we are that we don't say as modifiers
But
in
we
front
still
of
are
who
those
we
things.
are. I'm not
We-
arguing that. That's my point. We are those things, but the word you choose to put in front of who you are is going to
identifier.
communicate to the person, the state of being
Okay.
you are in. Like currently, we've
You're
moved
saying,
to.
okay. Yeah,
Because me saying I'm a sexual person at a
I
job
s-
icebreaker, you'd be like, okay, so who you trying to fuck in this room? Like that's
See,
how most
yeah,
people would
that's-
think.
okay, I get that. That would be a misinterpretation
Would it?
of
Would
if
that
you're
be
trying
a logical conclusion that someone in the icebreaker would be like, okay, she's trying to fuck somebody in here?
to,
Like, would that be a strange conclusion for somebody
Or it's
to
down
make?
to.
I doubt it. I don't think that would be. I think. Well, I mean, I think it would be. It'd still be a misinterpretation. It'd be a common misinterpretation, one I expect
Yeah.
people to make, but it would still be a misinterpretation because you're not.
So, question
Okay, sorry.
for Greg: what does somebody saying that they're a sexual person? What does that convey to you? Forget the office. If somebody says I'm a sexual person, what does that mean?
They have a high sex drive.
Okay. So if somebody says I'm a violent person, what does that mean?
They have the capacity to kill another person.
Okay. So with sex, it's a drive, but with violence,
Right.
it's just a capacity.
Well, I mean, a
Yes,
high
it
sex
would be a
drive in the
drive.
fact of everyone is a sexual person except for like a very
Okay, so
small
just like everybody
portion.
has a capacity of violence, everybody has capacity to do
Right,
sex.
but certain people are going to be fucking, certain people are going to be killing, certain people are not.
Okay,
certain
so
people,
that's
if
the
you
same
walk up-
difference. It's the same difference. That's the point.
Yeah, you've changed it in your head somehow. I'm not sure, but
No,
somehow
I'm-
the modifier means one thing over here, but it means something different over here.
Yeah, and it's the same. I think
No, it doesn't. It means the same thing. It's
no, an act
you-
of sex doesn't mean you're a
It's
sexual
not.
person, though.
Capacity and a propensity
Right.
are different.
Yeah, capacity and propensity. I think that's the difference.
yes.
Like,
I don't
us-
think it doesn't imply that you have a propensity for having sex. It means that you're
you enjoy sex.
Oh,
You're
but
like,
it does.
you like
Yes,
sex.
you have
like
a-
sex.
yes.
You engage in sex often.
Yeah.
not
You will
necessarily.
seek out.
Not
well, you
As
will-
I've thought,
no,
as
you will-
much as possible.
Yeah, you will seek out sexual experiences. That don't mean indiscriminately.
That's not what I said.
That does,
That's not what
no,
I
I'm
think.
saying
Okay.
like when most people say they're a sexual person, if you were dating them or you were thinking about getting a relationship with them, that means like I enjoy sex. I enjoy engaging in it. If it's positive, if I enjoy it, I'm gonna do it. I seek it out, like not indiscriminately. It doesn't mean you're a whore. It doesn't mean you fuck random people. It just means sex is high up there for them. Like
Mhm.
they
So
enjoy
violent
it.
person will be the same thing. Violence, I enjoy violence. It's high up there on the things that I enjoy. I may not do it often, but I really enjoy violence. And somebody that's defending themselves or employs violence may not actually enjoy it or ever want to even do it.
Right.
Sure,
I
I'm
think that's the
in that
difference.
category, but I would still consider like okay. So to answer Renee's question, do you feel you are violent? I am absolutely a violent person. I am capable of putting someone in the ground. I've never had to, and thank God for that. But if I have
Okay.
to,
So then you're
I
not
absolutely will, and I am capable of firing a firearm. I am capable of like holding a position, aiming.
Yeah.
All that. No problem there. I can kill an animal. I've killed lots of animals when it's necessary. I don't enjoy it. I don't want to do
Okay,
it.
so then you're not a violent person.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. This is for my definition of what a violent person is. Like, okay, there was a mouse in our shop hobbling across the floor, obviously sick or something. I walked up and stepped on its head to put it out of
Okay.
its misery.
Yeah.
Everyone in my shop freaked the fuck out. Like, only one other person who was a farmer, obviously, was just
Okay.
like, Yeah, it makes sense. Like, on
But
a
do
alarming
you
amount of
torture
people have a
animals?
problem with this. What?
Do you torture animals?
No, and that's what I'm
Okay,
saying. Like,
then you're not a violent person.
okay, yeah, okay. By your definition, yes, I understand that, but I still say my capacity for doing violence is higher than the people who were freaking out who would have never stepped in the mouse.
Possibly,
And that's an
possibly,
assumption.
But
but
it's not that I
until that
enjoy it.
capacity is expressed, you can't say you are. That's my
Yeah,
whole
that's
thing.
an assumption.
Until the capacity is expressed, we all have a capacity to do a lot of things, but until that capacity is expressed, then it does not exist. I don't think people who have the capacity to be violent should be labeled violent people, because once again, I have been around violent people,
Okay,
and
I get that.
they are different.
I
Like,
think this is yeah. They tend to
they
not
be
exist where I'm
violent,
from, but
like serial killers who like murder and torture little animals, and then like they do it to
right,
people
people
and
who
stuff.
enjoy harming, yes,
Yeah, like
yeah, I get
that's
that. Like,
different. I don't think it's helpful or good to label people who have not expressed any violence, I'm talking about against humans, as violent people inherently because they have maybe a penis or something. I don't agree with
oh,
it.
I think women are equally dangerous. I think women are actually more dangerous
But we're
in
talking about
social situations.
violence. Like,
Yeah, I'm saying women compelling men to do violence is far. That's why I brought up the Princess of Akatan. One woman, 32 men. Only 20 men made it off that island. Like,
right. So I
women
mean,
manipulate social situations. When there is a
yeah.
group of people, they are far more powerful.
And
That's what
that's
I'm
generally
saying.
not seen as violence.
But that is
I
violence
mean,
if they're.
it's manipulative, but we don't typically
Yeah,
consider
I
that
know.
it's
Yeah,
violence.
yeah, yeah.
dangerous and it's
Okay, so this
manipulative.
is
It's not
It's
violent.
dangerous and manipulative. It's not violence. That's what I mean. But I do think most people think what you
interesting.
think. I think most people are just thinking a capacity for violence is violence.
Yes.
I think that's what the bear question exposes, that most people think a capacity for it makes it a thing. And I would say
Interesting.
that's an anxious thought. That's not reality.
Okay. Well, okay, but I'm not anxious about like I think that
No, I
way,
mean
but
to
I'm
the
not.
women. I was talking about the women.
Okay, yeah,
You
yeah,
were saying
okay.
it about men.
I get you.
That's yeah.
But I think that way, and I don't think it's. I think there are some people who avoid any kind of
Probably
conflict whatsoever as long as they can. No, I don't believe.
Yeah.
Okay, for the record, verbal violence. No, words are words. Violence is violence.
Karen's
There is
like,
no overlap.
you're verbally harming me.
No, no. That's why. That's what made me so mad about the tree or woman art. I'm like, you were talking about equating essay to freaking getting your feeling hurt. Fuck off. Like,
I
no, that
mean, no, the
it's not the
trigger the
same.
woman, but no, it's an input. It's a neutral prompt. Essay wasn't even mentioned in the prompt. Essay was not mentioned when we
Right.
talked
I'm
about
You
the
going off.
bear
rejected
and the
my
thing.
comment.
I'm
What?
just going off of what
How
the
did
comments
YouTube
of
reject
what women
my
have been saying.
comment?
Oh, it's been rejecting my comments all the time. But no, that's the point I'm saying, that like if women can insert into a neutral prompt that there's essay and there's harm and murder, then the men should be able to insert whatever emotional
Yeah, sure, they can, but
biases
it's
they
not the
want.
same.
Why
It's
is it not
not
the same? They're both doing the same
equal.
thing. It's just
Getting your feelings hurt and getting
what they're
if I
injecting into it are
if
different, but it's the same idea.
okay. Yes, but it's a different scale. Like that is not. You would rather
Okay.
get your feelings hurt than get essayed. Anyone would. You could call me any name in the book. It's gonna be
I mean,
miles
yeah,
better.
but it doesn't change that the behavior is still a fallacy and ridiculous and
Okay.
an overreaction.
So I think I'm understanding this better because it's not. When you're
Yes.
saying a violent person, you're talking about a person who does arbitrary violence.
Not arbitrary, just they seek it out or
They
constantly, like sometimes
they
like
like violence.
and some people live in like
They start shit.
gang violence is around a lot and they have to engage in it constantly enough to be, they're constantly acting out violence, sometimes in self-defense for their own protection, but they're still violent because they're acting out violence consistently, not a random act of violence or a one-time act of violence. It's a consistent engaging in violent behaviors. So yeah, I think those people, there could be people who are violent who are doing it because they have to,
Right. I think that's kind of.
but most people don't have to.
This is a perception thing. This is where it's like it's more of a cultural difference because like from the redneck view, like everyone is violent because everyone is violent. We all
So
know
who are they
how to
acting
be
out
violent.
violence on? What humans are they acting? I'm
But
not talking
that's
about
what I'm
animals,
saying.
but who are they acting out violence on?
That's what I'm saying though. We don't. It's a tit for tat thing. You trust people until they betray you, but you are absolutely capable of putting them in the ground, and that's like
With a gun.
that's why these are your military people. Is poor white and southern is a stereotype of a military soldier, and the reason that
I
it's
mean, yeah,
farmers.
military soldier definitely has the capacity to do it, and
Yes,
we know
yeah,
that
and
because
I was in the army, and
they've
then
been trained to do it. So they're still not
sure,
regular people. They're not civilians anymore.
well,
They're
but
not
they come
civilians.
from civilians. I mean, that's a
They
lot of
come. They were civilians, but then they were trained, and now they're
that's
not
a lot of
civilians.
us though. Like a lot of us are
Who is us?
rednecks. I'm saying like in general, like I'm thinking of normal people. The reason we don't have like what you're calling violent people is you get shot almost immediately. Everyone has a gun.
That's not true.
If you run around trying to fight people, you're gonna end up
We
in
was
ground.
fighting all the fucking time in high school. What are you talking about? And we
Who
alive. Most of
who
the people
was?
I went to school with, I grew up in the hood. People be fighting.
Yeah, okay, okay.
That's what I'm saying. So
saying
like
my
that's why I said
environment.
who is our okay, you said redneck.
Yes, I'm saying redneck,
Oh.
not in the hood.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Is like there's a cultural difference here between us.
Right.
Like
Yeah, exactly.
in my environment, where everyone has a gun, is trained and knows how to be violent.
Right.
You don't have what you're describing as a violent person. Someone just going around trying to fight people that end up shot.
Okay. Well, I mean, but most of them are like, okay, I would defend myself once again. So I think that's a difference. Like,
right.
If you're willing to defend yourself, I don't consider you just a person who it lives in America. You have a right to own firearms to protect yourself and your house and your family. That does not make you a violent person.
That's
you're capable. You guys are you're capable.
You're capable. You're capable
and that's what I'm
of doing it if you have to. Right.
We call that a violent person because there are people who are not capable of being violent. There are people that don't own weapons at all, even out here. They won't fight back. Like they will.
No, they have the capacity. Because some people get adrenaline and they'll just pick something up and start stabbing and successfully. Maybe they will kill someone. Maybe they're not trained.
Would have to put them in a corner. Like
I mean, but that's that capacity you talk about. That's the capacity you talk about. Like a lot of people get a lot of strength and ability they don't have if they're not stressed enough and do things that they probably wouldn't do otherwise. But that's that capacity you talk about. I think
it's not going to take I guess that's okay.
That's the capacity.
That's a scale thing too, because that's just a further corner than yours. Because you're saying you don't act it out until somebody makes you defend yourself. So that's a corner. Like your corner is just closer to the middle than theirs is.
Probably take less to get you there. It's like, oh, you take too many steps.
What I'm saying,
but you haven't had to act that out yet. So I mean, and that's what we all want. We don't want to have to act out violence, and that means you're probably not a violent person. So that's what I mean. Like,
see, that's why. Okay. That I would consider myself a violent person.
I know you would.
No problem doing violence. I just hope I never have to. It's not the ideal.
But I think it is important culturally here. You know, and it's not always about race, but. You know, I think only a white person in America would take pride in saying they're a violent person. Because,
okay, yeah, you're right, but I'm not saying it as a prideful thing. I'm saying
but you don't see it as a negative thing.
Yes,
you don't see it. So,
yes.
And that's because in your experience, you probably,
that's fair. Yeah,
the ramifications of that label probably aren't going to be as detrimental.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's not considered a negative thing like among rednecks. It's considered a thing. Like you're just
Yeah, but I do know that there is a certain level of danger associated with rednecks too. So I'm not saying that anybody thinks rednecks are just pushovers because most of those towns that my people don't want to drive through after sundown have rednecks. Mm-hmm. So I think there is an association of violence with rednecks.
Oh, 100%.
So I'm not denying that either.
But it's not like seen in the same negative way. For sure, among our own people, like I get
amongst
that.
Your own people,
right. So I think that's a lot of where the definition of, which is interesting because it's kind of the core of this question is like, you're offended because they're calling men violent, and I being a redneck, obviously, I'm just like, okay. So
you keep leaving off that important modifier. I just want to make sure you understand it though.
Okay, more violent than a bear. And I think men are more dangerous than bears. Like I think,
and that's because there's a certain thing you're talking about. Wild animals, You know, like there's
Familiarity,
there's unpredictability there. Why are wild animals dangerous? Because you just never know what they think. They don't talk, they don't communicate, they don't, they're not humans, and they are very random. It feels
I
random
get
to
that.
you in
I
an
get that.
isolated incident, So to
Interesting.
compare a human's behavior to that of a wild animal, or saying the wild animals better, I don't know. That's
Bye, Inya.
wild. Bye. That's kind of wild.
Later on.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm you're helping me understand that, like, because I really am not like just being argumentative. I'm really trying to understand why people are
Why
so
it's
upset by this question.
dehumanizing
Okay.
for the sex that is gonna want to get with you and have you provide and give your life for them, potentially say that they don't see you as any better than an animal. I mean, that's kind of wow.
Interesting. Okay. So yeah,
That's kind of
I'm
wild, though.
understanding this better.
Yeah.
So I'm
That's
not.
like really wild. Like,
It
To
is.
me, it's not.
It seems so
Like,
surface level. It seems like so surface level. Hey,
yeah,
you're
no. To me,
scarier than
I'm
a
like,
wild
yes,
animal.
but
I
give me
am
your
more
human
dangerous
resources.
than a
Thank you.
wild animal.
Greg's like,
I am
thanks.
undoubtedly. Like, that's what I'm
Thank
saying. Like,
you.
I am worse.
It's Tuesday.
You're not worse than a wild animal.
Oh, I
You
am
wanna
worse. If
No.
I want to harm you, I am more of
if
a
you
threat
wanted
to
to
you.
harm people, but you're not a violent person. You
Greg,
haven't acted out violence.
Greg, you have to let that go. If all of us acted out our worst impulses, the
Right.
world would be a horrible place. So please, let
Impulse
go. If
control
I
is
wanted to, if all of us wanted to, we'd all be mass murderers, except for like 16 people.
me
The person that
included.
cut us off in traffic, we want them dead. The person that hung up
No,
on
I
us, we
don't.
want them dead.
Yeah.
Like we'd
Yeah.
all be mass murderers if our intentions in a
Okay.
moment of passion were manifested. We'd all be terrible individuals. But most of us restrain ourselves.
Yeah, we have
So
impulse control.
we don't
'Cause we're
act
not
out
animals.
violence because
Right.
we're better than animals and we're
better than
civilized.
animals. Right.
Yeah, that's
We're
man,
better
this
than
goes so
animals. We're
much into
sentient beings who can come
goes into so much of what I'm talking about. Like we're civilized, but we're pretending to not be
Okay, but
animals.
that
But we
ability
are
to
animals.
pretend to get along, to be civilized, makes us different from the animals.
It
Right.
does.
Yeah,
but
okay,
it's
so we're not.
still
That
an
means
act.
we're better, even if it's an act. The ability to act it out for the sake of civility
Sure.
is what makes you human.
Yes,
That
I
is
agree.
right.
But I think we still need to acknowledge that it's an act. It's not.
Okay, I
Our
don't
But what
care
do
if
you mean
it's
by
an
an
act.
act? Because we're not pretending. We're not
Yeah.
pretending to
No.
have a conversation instead of growling. We're actually having a conversation instead of
Instead of
growling.
growling.
So like we're not pretending. The things our civilization and society is not a pretension. It's not a pretense. It's legitimate.
It is
But not everybody buys
situationally
into
dependent.
it to the same degree. Not
It is
everybody's
dependent.
capitulation to the rules and norms. That's variable. And some people mask their
Yep.
behaviors to pretend
some
that they're
people
following the
don't.
norms and rules, but then some people
There are
don't.
a
Some people
lot
That's
of
how
better
you
at
get
it.
your serial killers. We have people who actually act out the things that they think, and we call them serial killers, and they're usually murderers and psychopaths.
Yeah, or
So
violent
Right.
people that are stuck in their
if it
car.
just very violent people. So once again, we
Do I
have
want to
people.
be a bear?
We have
What?
people, right? We have
No, I don't
people
want to be a bear.
who are as bad as wild animals who live in society, and we have labels for those people.
Yes, but I think our acting civilized is entirely situational based on society. And if society goes
So
away,
okay, but it
humanity
ain't when.
across the board gets ugly.
Okay,
Ugly,
but
ugly.
that's that. I would call that an anxious thought.
Yeah,
I'm gonna file that under an anxious thought. Yes,
Yeah.
because
I'm not afraid of it happening.
but it's still in the realm of an anxious thought because it hasn't happened.
and actually the opposite happens because we're here in society. We started off somewhere like bears, and now
Right.
we're with
we
society.
built
So
on what we built on, and I'm
exactly
saying
repetitively, like repetitively.
yes.
So all instead of entropy, we actually always gravitate towards society and civilization, always towards that end.
Yes, because society allows cooperation, which is important. We're a social animal. Like that's the need for that is there. But I'm just saying, if society does go away,
But it's not.
it's not
We
an
keep
anxious
choosing it.
thought. It's a
Well, we keep
like
choosing society.
No one in Rome thought the barbarians were going to show up until they did.
But
Like,
but they called them barbarians. They had a social structure amongst
That's how they were
themselves.
over
You're
there
talking
with
about
Rome.
right. You're
wasn't a very
talking
good
about
one.
Rome looking at them and saying they're barbarians.
Mhm.
But when humans get together, they find some level of civility amongst themselves.
Sometimes, yes.
And then you have other people who may say they're barbarians and we need to civilize them to our standards. But that doesn't negate the fact that those people were working and living together as a tribe, as whatever you want to call it.
They had
Humans
weapons, they had
choose.
tools, they had clothing,
They had language.
they had language.
But if
They
you
had
look
art.
at their civilization, the barbarians, the Germanic tribes, worse than bears by a long shot.
I mean, but once
Like,
again,
they're
that
ungodly
doesn't
savage.
disprove my point. My point is not that their civilization was optimum or the best or not violent. My point was amongst those that tribe, they had an understanding and they were all functioning under some code, which was a barbaric code.
Like, if you want a
And
wife, you go steal her from another
okay,
tribe.
but the women were there and they were stolen and they had babies and they were there. I'm just saying they had culture. They had a culture. Now you're looking at it from, of course, Rome was like, oh,
Yeah,
y'all
moral
some fucking
standpoint.
animals. Yeah, moral standpoint, y'all some animals. Y'all ain't as good as us. Like, okay, I'm not even arguing that. But though they came together and worked together, which is what humans constantly choose to do.
Yes, yeah, and I don't think the apocalypse is going to be that bad for most people. For people in cities, it's going to be, well, the starvation will be the worst part if it happens.
Once
but
again, anxious thought.
not an anxious thought because I'm
That
not
is an
worried
anxious
about
thought. Well,
it. I'm fine.
but it's not it's a thought that requires a lot of change of what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. So maybe you don't have a body palpable reaction to this information, but most people can accept that some sort of apocalypse or collapse of society would be an extremely negative, stressful event.
Mhm.
Okay, so
Oh,
that's
yeah,
an anxious
no.
thought.
But I think the worst part of it
It's
would
a
be the
thought about a
entertainment.
future stressful event that hasn't happened yet.
It's not stressful to me, but yes, I just
It's
think
stressful.
that,
It's a stressful event, though.
well, it wouldn't really affect me that much, but I
It
wouldn't.
wouldn't.
Have less entertainment. There wouldn't be internet, and that.
But it's
that
a
would suck.
stressful event. See,
For other people, yes.
the definition of words don't come from just you. It's just what we all would agree.
No, yeah,
It would be
but
a stressful event for the
who would it be
world.
stressful to, though?
The
Not for
world.
me.
You said
world.
you'd have less entertainment.
You have less entertainment.
Yeah, I'd
That'd
have
be
less
stressful.
entertainment.
Okay, you can't go to the grocery store if you need something. That'd be stressful. Your water would probably be cut off. That'd be a little stressful. It's not to
My
say
water.
you couldn't figure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You get a well. Okay,
I
but
have a well. I have well water.
right, but
I don't.
I'm sure you engage in modern technology.
Yes, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. It would be less convenient for me, but it wouldn't be that stressful. But okay, but we're arguing like semantics here. I'm not trying to argue or make you change your mind on any point in here. I'm just trying to understand. Like, I think we have a flowery view of humanity because we are acting civilized. That
because we are a civilization.
We have, and somehow it changed our intrinsic nature, which I don't think we. I think the reason we need law. Not everyone needs laws. Most of us don't. Most of us are.
The laws are for the lawless.
Yes, but
okay, but most of us are not lawless.
Exactly, but we still do need them because there are still those people out there.
Okay, so that means it's not the overwhelming nature. Then it's not the inherent nature of everyone to be lawless. Most people are cooperative enough to exist in a society, civilized society.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I would say you're probably right. And again, on an overall, if you're looking at just statistics, yes, the bear question is absurd, but I don't think it's offensive.
It should be offensive.
Okay.
I mean, it's not offensive to you.
It's not
offensive. You saw the
to
reaction of men.
Yeah, most men were like, "What?"
So to look at the reaction of men and then say, "I don't think it's offensive," is dismissive to everything that you've seen and said that you saw. And that's strange in and of itself. Like, so I mean, I can see if you're saying you don't find it offensive, but I don't think it's offensive is different when you've seen the offense that people took.
Right, but just because someone's offended by something doesn't mean that they're justified in that offense.
Doesn't mean that they're
like
justified.
If it wasn't
it
intended,
it's offensive. It doesn't matter.
If it wasn't, yeah.
If somebody took offense, it's offensive. If somebody took offense, it's offensive.
Okay,
like that's how the word.
This is
flows.
where, this is the core of our. This is where we will never come to an agreement here because we have a fundamental misunderstanding or disagreement. I'm sorry. On
intention versus impact, but I think that's a struggle that a lot of people do. You have your intention when you do things, which is fine, and then it has an impact, and then you're supposed to assess the impact of what you did and then decide what does that mean about what you intended. Like it's
Yeah.
supposed to be a
If I run over
feedback
18
loop.
people, but I wanted to tickle them. Oh, your intention. No, that wasn't harmful. But they're all ran over and in traction. But I know I meant to tickle them with the car. It's like bumper cars. My intention
supposed to
doesn't
be-
matter. The reality matters. The reality way outstrips any semblance of thing that the intention, like the fruit. Inspect the fruit. The fruit is there. People
But
are offended. Like it's
You're
clear. You
conflating.
said it. No, I'm not conflating anything. I'm This is factual, Greg. This is factual. If somebody says I'm offended and they're reacting out of their offense, they're offended. That's factual. We can say that. I think as adults, we can come to that. If I say I'm offended and I'm acting
Yes.
out of my offense, it's safe to assume that I have been offended because I'm acting out on it. So
I'm saying
if I have taken offense and I'm demonstrating that I'm offended because I'm lashing out, that means I found something offensive. Can we at least admit that?
Yes, I agree with all that. My take, what I said you're conflating is physical harm with emotion, like being offended, because your example was running over people with a car. That is a physical harm. That is not a, like, you have to
An emotional
choose to be
harm. Yeah,
offended by
physical harm versus
something. Yes,
emotional harm.
and I make a clean distinction on that, which is the difference between us. Do you think there is such thing as verbal violence?
There's things you can verbally say that will encourage, it will get you a response of violence.
Absolutely.
See,
regardless of what you may intended to have done.
Okay.
If I said I was coming to kill you at 3 p.m., would you get your gun ready and make sure you had the ammo, or would you be like,
I'd wait till
whatever?
You pointed it at me before
And that's crazy. That's psycho. If somebody says they're coming to kill you and you don't do any preparation,
well, you can't. And also, you can't say that and then say that women.
You can't. No, I mean, I would have a gun ready, but I would wait.
Okay,
till
that means you believe in verbal violence.
No, it doesn't, because
yes,
if they don't show
because
up,
you prepared for it.
The violence wasn't the saying. No, saying the thing wasn't the violence.
Well, no, we were just doing
that. You wouldn't have prepared if there was no verbal violence. If something didn't impact you, you would not have prepared for it.
Or you interpreted what he said as some sort of like there's a
it was a threat
for violence.
It was a threat.
No,
someone the threat was there. They were trying to do an action. If they do the action, I'll respond accordingly. If they don't do the
action, you'll be dead.
No, I won't, because
you wouldn't be on a defensive.
I would always, like, if anyone shows up on my property, I'm not going to be that far away from a firearm.
Okay, but see, you're moving the conversation.
But he's also, his reality is different than ours. He's also always in the country, like a mile away from the next person.
Yeah, so anyone shows up on my property, I'm like, what's up?
I can turn a corner. I've got blind corners every like 10 feet. So it's it's different. We have a different reality.
Yeah,
or it's just like that whole thing, or just the idea that you can't interpret violence as probably coming from something somebody is saying. I don't know. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
that's me. That's.
I mean, I'm just saying, because I once again, I lived in neighborhoods where if somebody walked up to you and say, "Hey, where you from?" you better be ready to fight.
Yeah, we don't do that here, but yes,
I'm just like,
where you're from. Yeah, I understand that,
but that happens across. That's just my culture.
Yes,
I'm sure there's other things that between you and your culture are fighting words. Fighting words. Y'all don't have fighting words.
Well, again,
rednecks ain't got fighting words. If somebody came up to you and said this,
no Hatfields and McCoys.
I need to clarify this. I need to clarify this very clearly. Southern rednecks and northern rednecks are completely
southern, different. Whichever ones you are.
Southern rednecks will fight for anything.
Okay.
But do y'all have fighting words amongst y'all?
They have fighting words, 100%. Like it's a different breed of redneck down there.
Okay, so then there are words that are violent
for them.
They got the banjo.
Right. Yeah. Well, you said a pineapple outside their door at 12 o'clock. That mean we finna scrap. I mean, every culture got some kind of way to know you finna fight. I don't know. I just don't believe that rednecks.
Don't fist fight.
You talking about the same motherfucker southern rednecks?
Southern rednecks? No. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I'm talking about the ones you know about. Y'all got fighting words.
Southern rednecks have fighting words.
Okay. So then that means y'all got violent. I ain't asking about them. I said yo people.
My people. I'm not a southern redneck.
What are you?
To do with. I'm a northern redneck. I'm like pretty much Michigan.
Oh, so y'all ain't about shit. That's why you don't understand about it. I got it.
The blue
Say less.
Why do you think I talk shit about the South? You thought
okay, say less. Okay, I got it.
Yeah,
understood.
Like,
got it. He's a Yankee. Got
Weirdos
it.
in the woods talking to God on a two-way radio, plotting the
Oh,
downfall
okay.
of the government.
Yeah,
Type.
y'all Yankees. I got it.
Yeah. No, different breed. That's what I'm saying. Like, so yeah, if that makes sense.
Say less.
Like, it's a different situation.
So most of these people probably Northerners. I'm assuming. Who gonna pick the bear? Or they ain't from Montana either.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
These are city slickers. These are all city slickers.
Yeah, these are city slickers. Y'all.
Everybody was interviewed. It was a street interview. It was a street interview.
Right.
You know, so
child. Okay. Yep.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm saying I'm understanding like where what I'm seeing out of this is different than what you're seeing out of this, and I get that.
Yeah.
So, but I do think the intention matters for anything.
It matters, but I think that's something that women fall in the trap a lot of doing as well. Is your intentions is not all that matters, and it should be a feedback loop. And I just want people to understand that because I had that problem all the time. Okay, I can give you a million examples. I video game. We be in the game, and we're trying to get better. I tell you, you ain't healing me. Well, I was trying to heal you. Well, I'm dead. So, what's up? What's with that accuracy rating? Because you wasn't hitting me with none of them heals, and you gonna keep telling me you was trying to heal me. Now I'm annoyed. Because the feedback I'm telling you that I died and your stats are telling you that you're not performing up to standard, but you're going to keep telling us what you was trying to do. And that's when you get in, that's when you're getting kicked out of the group because I can't do nothing with that. I can't do nothing with somebody who's going to keep telling me what they was trying to do when we already passed it.
If there's an apocalypse, Bree's going to run that shit. You were gonna have like
I'm out of here.
From Beyond Thunderdome.
I'm out of here. I'm offing myself.
I mean,
I'm not trying to be here.
No. The smartest thing to do would be just off yourself for sure.
Yeah, I don't look forward to that. But I mean,
if you did just stick around, you would be Tina Turner and Beyond Thunderdome. You would have like a fucking.
I'm a small, tiny, defenseless woman.
I would be terrified of you.
In being pillaged.
You scare me more than any dude out there.
That's because I'm a Southerner. See, y'all ain't about shit. So that's all it is. I mean.
Because you would do you could
y'all
have
Northerners. You
would convince an army of men to come after me. I would be terrified of you.
I mean, you're a Northerner, so we all know the South winning. If anything goes down, like
except
we're winning.
We actually fought.
Yeah, except that one time.
One time we actually fought.
That one time.
But the South fucked up because how you gonna have people you enslaved fighting for you?
See,
did y'all hope y'all lose? What are you talking about? I hope y'all lose. I'm going to the camp and going with them niggas as soon as they come across the field.
What the problem was, you all thought that it was New England was all the North was, and the New England boys are soft.
I'm just saying, how you gonna get people you enslaved and fighting for you? Oh, y'all need to know where they at? This where the camp at. Come fuck it all up. What are you talking about?
Of course, that's always come out.
You're enslaving me. What are you talking about? Rock that shit. They over there.
That was a good master. You should be thankful. You should be thankful.
Yeah, they just didn't realize that the North had rednecks too. It wasn't New England that fucked them up. It was Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan.
That's why we don't like Ohio now.
Do what?
I'm sorry, we don't fuck with Ohio now.
That was an intrusive thought. That was don't listen to her.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I know. I didn't want to.
That was choosing the bear over the man. That was
outside of the city. Ohio is northern rednecks, and they will fuck your shit up.
I'm just saying, if you said a bear or an Ohio man,
now you're picking a bear.
That's why she got to go. That's why just go with the bear. Go with God, Bree. Go with God.
Just to reply to IG Green here real quick. Like, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, it would be horrible for most people. Like, the apocalypse would be an absolutely, especially if you live in a city. God, like, it would be worse than horrible.
It'd be horrible.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't personally.
Okay, so a stressful event.
For most people. Yes, I agree.
Okay.
Now, Greg, I want to ask you because Bree was asking a question when she came up, and I've got a clip, a 1 minute clip. No, you gotta apologize. I've got a 1 minute clip I want to play because I want to get back to Bree's question about can a person who is, I would say, to the point, I know it's not personalized fear, it's generalized fear. To the person who has the generalized fear of men, how can they pursue dating and relationships? So I'm going to play this clip real quick because I thought this was a great example of this lady right here talking. And then we'll get back to that question.
We as women have to sacrifice our safety. It's like, I don't know if I'm going on a date with a good man or a lunatic. who's gonna think that the date is down payment for my draws. I went on a date with this one man, and we had been on a couple of dates. So I made the
A
mistake
couple of
of allowing
dates.
him to drive us to the beach, right? I didn't, I felt like, well, we just don't need to take two cars. We're both going to the beach. We go to the beach, you know what I'm saying? And we are having a good time. He starts to get handsy. I'm not trying to go there because that's not the type of time that I'm on. So I want to go home. And so we're about to go home, and his car starts stalling and falling apart literally on the date. He can't get it to start. But during the whole date, I still have to act like everything is okay. He wants to hold hands while we're driving back to my car. And I have to hold hands with this man and smile and let him caress my fingers because I don't know. I want to make sure I get back to my car. We as women have to sacrifice our.
Now listen to me. Here's my thing. This is your third date with this guy. And him holding your hands, getting handsy. Him holding your hands and caressing. Now I'm going to assume when she said getting handsy, maybe he was touching somewhere else because she said, I want to go home. So he's driving her back to her car and holding hands. So I guess he's quit getting the colloquial, I guess, handsy, and now getting literal handsy by holding her hand and rubbing her hand. And on a third date, she's afraid that not holding his hand will get her killed. Now that kind of fear, Greg, if by a third date with a guy who you're allowing to pick you up, to pay for things, if he can't even hold your hand because you're that afraid of men, to me, you're unsafe to date. But to Bree's question about how can a person who's that afraid of men pair bond, I'd like to hear what you think.
Well, I think one, I would question why she is on 3 dates with a man she's not sexually attracted to, but two, like this is kind of what it is. Like women control access to crack, and that ability is their power in society, but it's also like there are men who will take it, and that's what I'm saying. They have to navigate that situation. Now, in this situation, it seems weird because why'd she go on 3 dates with a guy she wasn't sexually interested in? That's weird. But there are a lot of women who don't want to have sex on the third date, and that is their right to not want to have sex on at any point. So I don't I understand where she's coming from, because you do have to put yourself in a situation, like I said, everyone to cooperate. You have to put yourself at risk, even if there's not a real chance of that happening or it's unlikely. She is giving him control. She's in his car. Like, I don't think she hates men or is so afraid of men. I think she didn't like this dude sexually. This dude was obviously dating her 3 times, went on 3 dates, so he did. It's a weird situation, but I still think the ability to choose who has access to your body is pretty fundamental to being a woman, in my opinion, as a man, which is silly to say, but that's how I conceive of it. If that makes sense. I don't know.
No, it makes sense. I just want to just harken back to her language where she said, I want to make it home safely. So I have to hold this man's hand to make it home alive. So I do think there is fear. I know you said you don't think it's, I didn't, again, I haven't used the language hate men, but fear is definitely present when you're using that language, or when you say men are so unsafe, I choose a bear. Random men. That's fear. So I think fear is safe. Their language she used was definitely fear, because she's thinking, I want to make it home alive. Right. Because I'm going to pretend I'm holding hands and letting this man caress my fingers just so I can make it home alive. That, to me, that's fear. And I think that's fair to say.
That's absolutely fair. Yeah, no argument there. I think it's also very stupid survival instincts on her part. Why is she in a car with a dude who she's not sexually attracted to on a date? That doesn't seem like the best situation to put yourself in. If she was so afraid, why didn't she take a separate car? And this is what I'm saying. There's a difference between being aware of the danger and just running into it open arms. and then blaming the danger. Like it's so weird to me.
Okay.
Like that
I was
situation is
curious.
just weird all around.
And it's crazy to me that he's not being dangerous and he's labeled dangerous. Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's the weirder thing to me. Like, people,
Hmm.
you have a penis, you're dangerous. Even if you're not actively, once again, the capacity for violence, the capacity to do harm means that you are harmful right now in the moment. That's kind of crazy to me. Like, once again, human interactions are dynamics. So
Yes.
you have gone on several dates with him. You agreed to ride in his car, which most men would mean would kind of understand that you feel at least some level of safe with them, because most of the time we're not getting in their car or anything. You know what I mean? We're not getting in your car. Don't even come to my house. You know how we get down. So it's like, okay, you willing to go somewhere else to a beach with me in my car?
Yes.
Now he's going to interpret it as like, oh, you have a certain level of comfortability with me and interest. Then this is also a beach date. I don't know. She had on a swimsuit. I said this in the chat. I'm not going on no beach date riding with no man if I ain't willing to fuck. That would just be me. And I definitely wouldn't wear a swimsuit if I wasn't sexually attracted, because I already know how y'all get. So, like, there's certain things that she's giving him mixed signals, and he's just simply interpreting them wrong.
But you have
and she's
good survival
but she's also not telling him. She said she told him he was getting handsy. She wanted to go home. It sounds like he took her home, which means he responded to what she said. She wanted to go home, so he took you home. But he's still getting labeled as this like predator that's gonna kill you if you say no. What has he actually done to get this, once again, this title, the violent person versus capable of violence? This is the same. That's the issue I have with it. He hasn't done anything to get the label of being a dangerous man.
I might not make it home.
But you might not make it home. You might be bludgeoned and murdered.
I'm more interested in the fact he just has terrible survival instincts. Like, you were smart.
But that's the thing. So at what point do we start telling people this, though? Because people feel unpredictable to you because you're missing signs. You don't actually know what a violent or dangerous person looks like.
Or you just make stupid choices, like getting in.
If you really, but like Rashawn saying, if you really believed he was as dangerous as you're saying, why would you get in the car with him?
But okay, let me counter that. Why wouldn't you wear a bikini around someone you weren't at least sexually attracted to?
I know
how
niggas is.
Yeah,
that's me.
Go. This is what I'm saying.
No, but that's not as a dangerous being. That's as a sexual being. If I'm already gone on multiple dates with you and you're thinking I'm into you and we go to the beach, you probably gonna try to touch my ass. Now, I would hope if I tell you no, you'll stop. But I'm not going to be surprised if a dude I've been going on multiple dates with, knowing how most people think, 3 dates, or you thinking I'm into you. I'm not going to be surprised if I wear a bikini and he try to touch my butt. That's all I'm saying. A dude I'm on a date with. I'm not talking about a random man. So
right. Yeah. No, this is different. This is distinct from the bear question entirely. But this is what I'm talking about. This is
do that.
Right. But the reason you wouldn't do that is because, as you said, I know how men are.
I know how people who are attracted to other, and that's what I'm saying. And even when I'm still saying that, notice I'm not projecting SA in there. I'm not projecting him murdering me in there. I'm not projecting him harming me in there. I'm just projecting that someone who's I'm just projecting into it that he's probably attracted to me. And if I wear something that shows more of my skin and he's attracted to me and we're on a date where affection usually happens, I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to do it. That's not to say he has a right to. That's not to say if I say no, he should keep doing it and it's my fault. None of that. It's just that it wouldn't be weird.
Right. And I think that's kind of what I'm getting at, is like, it's a weird, the part of that video that's weirdest to me is that why is she in that situation? Like, you would have to just be completely blind to the fact of how men are or how women are. Just like there are situations, for example, a bunch of men with one woman, where I'm terrified of the woman because or if a woman is mad at you, like actually mad at you, like women have a way greater, like they have no limits on the capacity for their cruelty. It's if a woman really wants to fuck with you, I am more afraid of women than I am of men. At least being in the
And
sights of
I mean, but once again, when you're saying that, that's not what these people are saying, you know?
right. Well,
It's just the
he's
idea that
saying
you telling someone no could result, like Ine is saying, result in you being murdered. It's
right.
a wild jump when he hasn't done anything to show you that is even
People do be getting serial killed though.
My
not
so-called
by
life.
regular. Okay,
It's their third
that's what
date.
I'm saying. Like it's still it's crazy to just because he has a penis, he could be a serial killer.
Yes and
Hmm.
no. Until the wedding day, you do not share vehicles.
It's crazy to me. That is wild, and people
But
need therapy.
that's what I'm saying.
That
You're
is
conflating.
wild, and people need fucking therapy. I'm sorry, a penis does not make you a serial killer. A
It
high
doesn't.
likelihood of
I
being a serial
agree.
killer. That is fucking crazy to me.
But I'm not saying you can't ride together, but she's in a situation. Why is she riding together, going to a beach date
Because
with a
she
guy
wanted to
she has
save
no
money. She
attraction
wanted to
to?
save money.
But she has no attraction to him, obviously.
Well,
She was
she
complaining
wanted
about
to
him
save that
holding
money.
her hand. Like,
Yeah. Well,
that
we know
this
that's
situation does not make sense on a number of levels.
okay. So then
But we
that's
also
why,
know people go on dates sometimes for food or attention
right?
or
She
to
wanted to save
entertain
that money.
themselves. Like so,
That's why she
like,
rolled with him. She didn't want to have to pay.
Right. Why even
but
go though?
again,
Like,
attention or
I'm
food or to entertain yourself.
still deciding.
People, yeah, not everybody
yeah.
that goes on dates
Yeah.
goes for a relationship or sex. Some people go
Yeah.
for other
Vibes.
reasons.
I get that, but I mean, it's still part of the equation. And that's all I'm
Vibes.
saying is like, there's nothing wrong with factoring that into the equation.
But it's
That's
not. And then
What
everybody's labeled a bear.
okay,
what's
but it's
not
possible he was a bear. It's possible he
it's
is a
possible
serial
she was
killer.
a bear.
It's
It's
possible
possible
she a
she's a
bear.
serial
He ain't
Yeah.
killer.
did
Oh,
nothing.
absolutely. Humans. I'm
Yeah.
not saying
Okay,
this
so
is
I
men.
drenched
Right,
myself
but
in.
Greg,
I
just throwing
drenched
that, just
myself.
randomly throwing that in when that's not even present is weird.
Right.
Like now
It's
you're doing weird behavior. Like we've seen him. It's their third date. He's taking her back to her car as she asks. He's holding her hand, which is a
and she's
very
not
tame
saying don't. She's
affection
not
level
saying
on the
stop.
third date. And you're
Right.
throwing in. He might be a serial killer. You're being weird now.
That's fucking weirdo
Well,
behavior.
he
Like I
might
mean,
not.
on her part and his, like
Yes.
that's anxiety. This is anxiety, y'all. This is what it's like to have
I
anxiety.
don't think you need to be afraid of the world just because it's dangerous. I
Okay,
think it's
but then so
dangerous.
then that is when you start to say you have anxiety, ma'am. You have anxiety.
I
That is
agree.
Yeah.
what
And
she's experiencing. He's
this
not.
is why. Yeah. Okay. It's why it's weird to me though, because if she is anxious, if she is in danger, like
Don't choose the man,
yes,
choose the
yes,
bear.
and I agree with you on this. Yes, why is she in the car with him on a third date going to a
Yes.
beach date? It seems weird. So it's I would say in this case she's probably lying for attention about the threat that she felt. She probably just didn't
Possible.
like the dude.
Or once she didn't have
Probably.
control, she felt nervous because a lot of anxious
Right.
people are also control freaks, and when they start to lose control of the situation, they
Sure.
get anxious and
Absolutely.
have a response in their body from that anxiety, and that is what it's like to have anxiety. Can we just? You're
Yeah.
anxious.
I'm personally not, but yes, I get
Well,
the thought of
I'm just
anxiety and the
yeah.
idea.
I mean,
But I
because
think
to project all this stuff that's happening that isn't, or all these intentions, you like to talk about intentions. You're basically saying he has an intention to murder you if you don't hold his hand. That's reverse engineering what she just said.
Yeah, no, and it is weird. I'm not saying that she's not weird. She is weird, but she's saying there's a possibility.
But that's
She is weird.
It's all
She is
weird to
like,
me.
yeah,
It's all the
none of this
same.
makes sense. Don't get me wrong, but it's like
Right.
it's
But that's what guys are dealing with. But that's why guys are getting offended, because
Okay.
if I take this woman on a date, then I have to see her going on social media talking about he might have killed me if I didn't hold
If
his
I'm
hand.
like-
Now I look like a creep. If anybody knows that I'm the one that went on a date with her, now I look like a creep.
Okay, so you're
I'm a
worried
weirdo.
about reputation. I get that.
The social stigma is a real thing that does impacts
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
That
No,
one-star
that's
Yelp
fair.
rating.
That's fair.
So now I look like
I
a
get
killer
that.
creep. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, that's That's the thing.
You took her
Stay
to the
in the
beach to
woods.
murder her. You took her to the
Bears
beach
do
to
not want
murder
you to
her
eat
if she didn't hold your hand.
and bury her in the
Yeah,
sand.
which is the beach is a weird place to kill someone. No one kills someone on a beach. It's too many people.
Once again, I mean, I'm gonna murder you because you didn't hold my hand. That's
Yeah, no,
but I'm
that's
driving you back to your car. I'm driving you back to your car, as you stated, and I'm going to murder you because you said no to hands.
He's probably lying.
You said no to the beach date. You said no to the beach date. I'm cool. You say no to me holding your hand, murder.
or getting handsy. Right, and you said don't be handsy. I want to go home. Take you home.
Yeah, and it's especially weird because this is not like the situations I was talking about earlier. It was someone they weren't on a date. They were ostensibly friends with them. It wasn't supposed to be like that. And then the guy got aggressive. Like,
I mean, well, then now that's
a situation, right? No, that's what I'm saying. Like, that is a different situation than you're dating someone. It should be assumed they have sexual interest in you. That is the entire point of dating.
Every man is violent inherently, then I don't know the difference between the friend that's gonna all of a sudden flip on me in the room and the guy who's taking me to the beach because I said I would go with him. And when you, but if you think they're all bears, what I'm saying to you is for them, for the woman, they're all the same. You're all the same.
Yeah,
you're all the same. So? Yes, I don't know you're the bear until you rip my neck off. So and that's the whole problem, that if I don't have the capacity to see any of you as anything but a bear or worse than a bear, then I'm panicking. Okay. Like people said, would you choose a white woman or a white man for the black women? And I was like, a white man. Like, who would you rather be stuck in the woods with? White man.
White man, 100%. Me too.
Okay. So like I've had situations where because I'm seeing one way, like we start talking about microaggressions or angry black woman or this and this and that, where the person is being aggressive to me and then I respond and then it's like, oh, like ain't nobody got time for that shit.
Wait. I'm sorry. What was the question? The choice was white man or white woman?
For black women. They were like, would you rather be like something? It was something like that, but the choice was like a white man and a white woman for black women. And all the black women were like a white man every time. Every time.
100%. I would rather be stuck with anyone than a white woman.
So like, but I've been in a situation where because they see me a certain way, it doesn't matter what I do. The response is going to be like this extreme response, like I'm trying to harm her. And ain't nobody got time for that shit. But see, I'm not trying to marry and be in a relationship with a white woman, so it doesn't really matter. But like, how can you see the person you're trying to pair bond with as inherent danger to you to that capacity? And you still gonna talk about having sex with them, having their kids, building a life with them? Because until you're not a random man, you're a random man. Until you're not a stranger, you're a stranger. So,
I mean, even on third date, you're a serial killer.
Yeah, I've only been along with you 3 times. I don't have enough information to really say I know you. So you're still a stranger. So if that's how you feel about any man who you don't know, that's gonna cause a problem when you're talking about dating. Because you're going on dates with strangers.
Point out the reason I would say this is an issue is for what you're talking about. That desire to get whatever benefit it is from men that they push through their fear on is problematic because it makes them trust those guys that they know are sexually attracted that they keep in the friend zone. Like that's a problem. And of course, the fact that they're sexually assaulted, that's the guy that does it. He's the problem. He's the criminal. But I'm saying, but keeping a guy that you know is sexually interested in a friend zone, who's waiting for an opportunity anyway.
Yes,
that's problem number one, and that's the same as getting in the car and the guy on the third date that you're uncomfortable holding hands with. You should not be in the car of a man that you can't have touch your back, hold your hand, like brush your hair away from your face, over your ear. If he can't do any of those small gestures on the third date, you're too fearful. You're too fearful of men to be safe to date men. That's in because what I also know from women, that there is an expectation of the escalation of physical contact. They want you to show that you're the interested in them. But they start asking you, "Are you gay?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the environment is different when you're dating someone. Like it is assumed by both parties involved in that agreement that there is a sexual attraction there, or at least the potential for one.
Well, I think it's assumed that the man has sexual attraction. I don't think it's safe to assume the woman does. And if
It's-
men are still
yeah.
thinking that, then they're fucking they're
That is what
They
men
are
thinking.
goofy
It is what is assumed. Why is she dating me if she is not sexually
because you
attracted?
might have
But
things
that's
she
that's a
wants.
failure on our
I
part.
agree.
Yeah, that's a failure on
I'm
our part.
saying from the man's perspective.
No,
men
I'm
are
just saying,
thinking,
like
yeah,
that's if men are
we
still
slipping.
thinking that, that's goofy because
yeah,
haven't
men
learned.
are.
Yeah.
Well, men are 100% thinking that because
It's not
everyone.
That's
our
why you need to
MO.
hold hands on the first date. If she won't let you hold hands on the first date, there need to be no second date. You can't touch her back, hold her
Yeah, I
hand.
know.
like a little
Rub her
graze of
shoulder
the
on the
hand
first date.
across the
Yeah.
dinner table or something, some cute. Or
Yeah.
you guide her into the door. You open the door, guide her in a little bit with your with
Exactly.
your
So
hand.
this is something
Yeah.
that men need
old
to
school.
learn from women. Is women, if you reject a woman sexually, you're dead to her. She will never speak to you again. And I've been in this situation, and the reason for doing it was because she had a fiance, which I'm not going to bang someone's fiance.
Hey.
Well, if you're dating somebody with a fiance, first of all, come on.
What? No. I'm saying like it was a random girl at a party. She was
Oh,
like,
okay.
"Hey, let's
Well,
go hook up,"
that's-
and she's
yeah.
like, "But I have a fiance in another country," and I'm like, "I'm not gonna bang someone else's fiance."
Boo, Greg, you let me down. Get out of here.
Yeah, no, everyone says that. Why does everyone
Should've
say
banged
like,
her.
no? Like
It was a long distance
why am I-
relationship. They weren't
It's long
serious.
distance. He ain't here. She willing.
I
What's
don't
up?
care. I'm not doing that. I have enough trouble sleeping. I'm not gonna
Oh,
do
that's
anything that
so
makes me.
nice. You probably
harder
would
to
have
sleep
slept
at
real
night.
Yeah, look
good
at you.
because she
I'm
would have fucked
immoral,
the shit
but-
out of you with a fiance
But
somewhere.
You said
Even
you're a
though we
violent
get
person. You
along-
should have chose violence.
You should have fucked the
well,
shit
I
out
did
of her.
kind of basically to her. I was just like, no, that's not gonna happen. You have a fiance. Like once you told me
Oh,
that, I
that's
was
so
like,
nice.
no.
Nah,
Oh,
you chose
like,
silence.
I
He
was
chose
dead to
silence.
her. Like,
Of course.
dude, yeah, of course. Yeah, which makes you.
I
you
respect
understand,
your flower, ma'am.
And get the fuck out of here.
No, wow, I would have been disrespectful as hell. She was like, she was a dirty
It would have
girl.
been good because it was
Yeah, would
forbidden
have been a
sex.
blast. Would have been
Would've been
fun. I
amazing.
would have had to live with myself.
You would have
having
been all
banged
right.
someone else's
Yes.
fiance.
Yes.
No,
As long as you didn't take no diseases back with you. I think
no, I cannot
Yeah.
live. No, I'm not gonna do that to another human being. I'm just not. That's
violent
He's not a
me.
human
man
being,
wouldn't
he's a
even fuck
bear.
somebody else's
He's worse-
fiance. You
He's
are not
worse
violent.
than an animal. Greg, he's
You're
worse
not
than a wild
violent.
animal. How could you not sleep with her?
You are not a violent man. You are a
I
sweetheart.
am violent if I need to be. If someone
But you
threatened
ain't
one of
had to
my
be
friends-
yet, and you ain't did it. So you is not violent, and that's okay. That's good. You don't want
I
to
am
be
capable
violent.
of violence, but I'm not
Everybody's capable of violence.
arbitrarily violence. And no,
fucking-
I'm not.
My
I'm not going to
6-year-old
do-
kicked me in my shin the other day by mistake. That's
Ooh.
violence. She was trying to kick something else, and I was by her.
Ooh.
And that shit really hurt.
That hurts.
Okay. So
Okay,
I
I'm
got
not
a-
Southern redneck.
I got kicked in the
violent,
shin
I'll give you
25
that.
years ago, and I still feel it.
But my point was, men should be more like women in this regard. If someone doesn't find you sexually attractive, they should be dead to you.
no,
Yeah.
Like,
because
that
people
should-
have other value besides
Yeah,
just
they
that
do.
to me though is like the biggest turnoff. A woman
that's
doesn't want to fuck me.
dehumanizing
Ew.
that you can't have value in people if they don't want to fuck you. And then you're like weird when people try to fuck you. Like what? Come on, which one? What? Come on, bro. Like which one is it? Like, do we want
Right.
people to fuck us if they're around us, or do we want to have like? Do we
Yeah,
want people to be humans? Like what the?
You want yes. You want yes to all the things.
No, because if
Contradictory,
I
no.
feel like if
No,
I don't
right.
have any value to you unless I fuck you, and I'm around, then I have to fuck you now because why am I here?
I
Mhm.
feel like if you're dating me and you don't want to have sex with me, like what's the point of dating? Like
Yeah.
I mean, for a woman,
yeah.
I mean,
Because that is the only thing that distinguishes you from a friend to your partner.
Yes.
It's the sexual component of the relationship. That is
you're not
the
my partner
defining
yet.
feature.
You're just a free meal
Right.
and
That's
an
what
experience
I'm
buddy.
saying.
An
Men need to be
experience
more
buddy.
like women. Like
Yeah.
stop buying these hoes dinner.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
If she
you
is
should.
not in it
I'm
for
not
actual-
disagreeing with it, but I'm like, let's
Yeah.
not pretend that women can't go on a series of dates with the dude. They
Oh,
have no
yeah, no,
intention
no,
of
no.
fucking. Like, come on.
I'm putting this on
Yeah.
the blame of this on men. If she
Oh, okay.
doesn't
Oh,
want
yeah.
to,
Sometimes you
Cut
won't
bait.
know until you try to touch her hand on
Yeah,
the
and
beach.
she-
Exactly.
You wanna go home.
And she jumps out of your moving vehicle
yeah,
because you tried
good
to
cut bait.
get handsy, caress her finger. She jumps out of the car on the freeway.
Sometimes you don't know till you try till you try to touch her. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes
Right.
you don't know.
But that's what I've. But men are still assuming that because a woman's on a date with them, she is sexually interested in them.
Or hungry.
Yeah, it's a
No.
And bored.
We're not learning.
And bored.
You don't understand how
Yeah.
dumb men are. Like how
No, I do
not
know because
dumb.
you know I'm heterosexual. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
how oblivious we are to how women think. We have
No, I'm
like,
actually very aware of it.
because so you know what I'm saying. You know exactly what I'm saying. If
Yeah.
you're on a date with a man, he assumes you are sexually attracted to him.
I don't know. I don't actually know. I know, like, for some people will say that, but it depends on how many dates. I don't actually think people like assume that right off the bat if you're on a date with them, you're like,
You're not on the
Okay,
first
the
date.
first-
Not on the first date.
The first
not the
date,
first
maybe
couple,
should-
not the first couple even. I
After
think
the first
if he
date,
can
if
get
you-
that third date, I think
Yeah.
if he can get that
a
third date,
second date means she at least somewhat is interested sexually.
Yeah.
or she like, yeah, y'all vibes like second date. But I feel like by the time you get to third date, I feel like most men are like, you
Mhm.
can tell that they feel more confident as far as like
Yeah.
the chemistry. Like, okay, she's probably into me, attracted to me if we're on date 3.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So,
you
yeah.
assume at least like
Yeah.
that's
You
gonna
ain't
get
getting to
more-
date 3 if she not like attracted to you.
Right.
Right.
You
Most
of the
assume you can
time.
invite her to the beach so you can see her in a
Right.
swimsuit
Hold her
and that you
hand
can
in a
touch her
car.
back and hold her hand.
She got in
You
the car with you
assume.
too? She
Yeah.
got in the
And she
car
got in the
with you? Oh, you in there. She get in the
Right.
car.
And, it's
with you.
and it must be a nice drive to the beach because his car broke down. So it wasn't like around the corner.
Yeah.
It was, you know.
Like, I recalled it. I remember when I was dating, I went to like a flower thing, like an hour and a half away, and I rode with the guy. Would never have done it if I wasn't attracted to him. Like, are you
Yeah.
kidding me? An hour and a half away in his car?
Right. Like, but
We
that's
about to die. I'm gonna die. Can you imagine if I was in there like I'm gonna die the whole time?
Right.
That's
Gripping
crazy
that
to me.
little
Like,
that
that's
little
what,
thing by the window. That little handle.
right. It's just like when
But this is what
I
I'm
was
saying,
listening to
Bree.
her story though, and I'm like thinking about myself on that date because like maybe I'm a bimbo, but I'm just like, oh, the weather's so nice. Like, oh, I'm a passenger
Yeah.
princess, so I'm like, this is great. I can't even imagine if I was really just like, oh my god, I might die today.
He might kill
But
me if I
you're-
don't hold his hand.
You have common sense, bro. You have good survival
It's not
instincts.
that.
I believe you
It's
would
not
live.
survival instincts. It's just that like I don't believe in putting myself in unsafe situations on
There's
purpose.
that, yeah.
That's,
And it's
a,
not
that's a
like-
survival instinct. Yeah.
Is that a survival instinct? Is that
Yes.
just like
Yes.
okay? Because
yeah, absolutely.
we don't all do that. I guess not. Cause
Like if my
Right.
no, we do not
Obviously.
all do that. We do not.
I guess not.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Maybe
this is what
I
I'm
have
getting
survival
at.
instincts. Or I grew up fighting my whole life, so maybe I have a little confidence. I can,
Mhm.
at least.
Yeah,
get
I
hit
am not
with-
worried. Like you are
But-
not who I'm worried about at all in this. Like you,
I don't know. I just
like I said.
think that's kind of weird. I don't think maybe she did think she was in danger, but I just refuse to believe it because I just, as a woman, like that fear. I have got like, and that's the thing. I ran into some weirdos when I was dating. I went on first
Mhm.
dates with a weirdo who probably would have murdered me, like if I would have kept hanging out with him. Like probably he was weird. I've run across weird people. Like I waited tables and had a dude stalk me one time. That was fun,
Mm.
Like I know there are weirdo men out there who are
Yeah, that was
actually
fun.
dangerous. Like, yeah, it's not like I don't believe they exist. It's just,
Oh,
I
I've
don't.
had to, yeah.
I still know that there are men who are not those men, and I've encountered those men, and they
Right.
weird. They be weird.
No, that's what it feels like to me with the reaction is like like men are coming together being like none of us are creepy. What? Like
No, I don't
Come
think
on,
that. I just don't think that.
That's
they
how
are.
there's a
Like,
few.
that's kind of extreme.
Yeah,
Some of
no,
them.
that's
Yeah, there's
all
a few
I'm
of them.
The
There are
creeps
creepy
rarely
dudes,
know
there
they're
are creepy
creepy.
dudes, and there are creepy dudes.
Yeah.
They are out there.
Yeah, the
Those are the
creeps
no
don't know
experience dudes. They like no
Yeah.
life experience dudes say stuff like that.
They ain't been nowhere. They ain't been
Yeah.
nowhere. They ain't never been through. And honestly, some of the women, like some of these women, have had trauma in their past, like before they were even adults. Sometimes, so a lot of them are
Mhm.
speaking from that kind of place. But like, we
Right.
need to understand
Yep.
when we're speaking from a place of trauma, that means that the reality may not be exactly what you're saying it is, because your trauma is filtering it through.
Right, which is
Yeah.
why, like, I think the men's reaction, like, not so much the normal reaction. Like, you guys have a pretty normal reaction to this. I'm talking about on the extreme end. It seems so like aggressive to me because it's like, dude, if you're talking to someone who is like trusted a dude thought they were friends with, and then the dude SA'd her, like,
Okay, I might expect her to say it if
yes,
she
then
feels
I
like all
expect
men,
her
right?
to
But
say that, like,
right.
but it's
But if
I'm
I
not-
said that to King, he'd be like, "Bitch, get the fuck out of here!" Like, if I really went in there and told King, "I pick a fucking bear over a man in the woods," I think he would take that away. He would be concerned. He would be concerned that I can't actually trust
Yeah.
him. Like he would be concerned
Mhm.
that that's gonna affect our dynamic in some way. I think it would be weird of him to just think that exists in a vacuum.
You're right, and I understand. I understand kind of both sides.
Antonio.
What's up, Antonio?
Yeah. I think it
Um,
should be weird.
yeah, but it's also that I understand like I don't think that concern that there are a lot of creepy dudes who betray your trust. Like, and that's
Okay.
Yeah, that's facts.
a lot of times the girls that I know have been through that. It was always someone gained their trust, acted like they were their friend, just their friend, got in a situation, and then took advantage of it.
Well, you see, Greg, that's bullshit because there definitely was some situations where they were sending mixed signals and the situation probably was misinterpreted. As a woman who has maybe a total of right now 6 male friends, have had male friends that I've had for decades, never did anything sexual with them, anything, been by myself with them, been drunk with them, all sorts of things, never have had it happen to me. I just don't inherently think that a man who's around you is going to fuck you.
No.
If you don't give him, but see, I understand that in a friendship, I have to be very firm with my boundaries and I can't blur things.
This is what I'm talking about.
Okay, so like we don't get to just say that you were walking down the street one day and he was your friend and you were never giving him any signals and he was never giving you any signals and he just pulled you into the Walmart parking lot and just what? That's crazy. No, I just don't believe that. I just don't. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm not saying there are predatory men who try to be nice guys because y'all know I don't fuck with nice guys. Like, I'm not saying those guys don't exist, but even a nice guy is a predatory archetype where if you know you know what they do.
Yes, this is what I'm talking about.
Okay, so once again,
you know what they do.
But we still come down to dangerous men show signs of being dangerous men.
But normal girls who are naive can't see those signs because they don't have the experience to.
No, it's not that you get the experience. You have to decide to be intentional and pay attention to things. Like you can be 50 and still be saying this bullshit because you never learned it.
Because here it is. Because like back to what I was talking about with the benefit versus the fear, you have to have the strength of character to walk away from bad money. Mm-hmm. Because if you're afraid of it, you're saying, I believe there might be bad intention here. So a lot of people try to keep danger at arm's bay or keep it just close enough to get what they want out of it. A lot of people try to get what they can from a dangerous situation safely. And then when they get bit or burnt, they want to throw their hands up. But that's the thing. A lot of women will try to get the attention or the resources out of this nice guy or the friendship. I want to get this friendship. You know this guy is sexually attracted to you.
Everything a man would do. You calling him over every time you need anything.
And this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm saying. Like they think that these people in their friend zone are these harmless little pets.
No, they don't think that.
Pull out whenever they want.
They don't.
Then they're snakes. And they don't, and they get bit, and then they're like, "Oh my god, a snake bit me."
They let the guard down. Yeah, I think they know they're snakes, but they let their guard down after a while. They can't keep it up.
They thought they had control of the situation, and they didn't.
Yeah, all money ain't good money. My so-called life. Ask the people that was dealing with Diddy. Dirty
all
money.
Dirty money. Good money.
I think they overestimate their own abilities. I think they overestimate that they won't have a moment of vulnerability. They won't have a moment where, emotionally, they may not realize they make emotional decisions. It's a lot of things that I don't think they realize. Perfect situations. They don't understand dynamics where people behave differently depending on feedback. And so I think most of the time it's that,
I agree completely. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why it's like, seeing men as not dangerous at all is worse to me.
Well, it's not this or that. I think it's
just. And I'll tell you, Greg.
Okay.
No, go ahead, Bree.
No, go ahead, Bree. Yeah.
No, I was just saying I don't think it's a this or that thing. It was never are men dangerous. It was comparing a known dangerous animal to a human that you assume a random man. Why is a random man assumed to be dangerous?
Because the random part matters to me. That's the part.
Well, it's just somebody you don't know.
Right.
Okay.
But you don't know them, like
but like,
and yet probabilistically they're probably safe. assuming
You
that they're
should have
responsible
enough
for
life experience to be able to deduce the fraction or the percentage of which you encounter random men and how often you're harmed as a human in America.
You're giving a lot of credit to people.
No, I'm just
But
saying.
the
No,
one
I'm not giving credit to them, but I'm just saying.
the one
You're
thing I
saying
wanted to
they
say
should be
though,
able to do
Greg, I think the dynamic that we're missing is because women, I would say men do the same thing with relationships. We think if we put distance between us and the thing we know the other person wants, we're safe. So men will be like, "Hey, I don't want a relationship. I don't want anything serious," and then we're shocked when the woman still tries to finagle the relationship. And then women do the opposite with sex. Like,
Mhm.
she's like, "No, I'm not interested in you like that. I see you more as a friend. Oh, you're like my brother." She thinks she's put enough distance between her and his sexuality, but he's still going to try to finagle sex at some point. Like, we can't,
Absolutely.
once the person's intentions have been shown in some capacity, you have to, like, was that Maya Angelou quote? I don't even know if it's really her, but everybody says it's her. When somebody tells you who they are, believe them. If they've shown you sexual interest, assume that's always there. If they
Yes.
say they want a relationship with you, assume that's always there. No matter what okay, no. Yeah, we can just be casual. Don't believe that because they told you they want a relationship.
Yes.
And the same thing with
Yes.
sex on the opposite end. Women, once a guy shows you, once he's flirting or whatever, always assume that there's sexual interest.
Absolutely. And just because a dude's old and creepy and you're not interested in him, anyone who is sexually attracted to you is a dude who is sexually attracted to you. Like, that creepy old ass dude is still horny.
The rest is character.
Right.
What they'll do with that sexual attraction has to do with the kind of character and integrity they have.
But I don't think acknowledging, that's kind of where I'm getting at. Like, for like acknowledging that this is still a thing that you need, and I think it speaks less to men being dangerous and more to women being naive.
No,
Well,
they're
both.
not
It's
naive.
both
They're
ends. It's
yeah.
both
I'm gonna
ends.
say stop thinking they're naive. I promise you, it's
Okay.
not unless she's like under 25 or something, or very early 20s with very little life experience. Like,
Right.
no, we're not giving women over a certain age that benefit of the doubt because they don't need it.
Okay.
No, we know.
Weren't most of the women on this answering this question like young women though?
No,
Like,
some of them were married to men. Like, women, we play all day. Like, we play all day. Stop playing.
Yeah,
like, I'm
I
telling
get
you, they know.
Okay, so you're saying I should not be giving them the benefit of doubt of being naive?
No, not when it comes to how we deal with men and what we know of them and their capacity. No, you're giving no.
Okay. And see, I'm the opposite. I'm willing to give them naivety because even if it's not naivety on what men are, they're naive about who they are. Because
I'm saying
they're
not
naive on one
men.
side. Yeah, they might not. Yeah, they may not be naive about men, but they're underestimating they're overestimating their ability to deal with men, which is still a naive standpoint.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm like, they overestimate themselves, but we are not, because you're like, they don't know the nature. No, we are not naive about men.
But they think
like,
they can handle
it. It's just overestimating your capacity.
Autonomy. I can handle it.
Some women are. That's what I'm saying. Under a certain age, yes, I can totally give you that.
I think this question speaks more to, like, I don't think there's a lot. Maybe I'm wrong, but I haven't seen a lot of, like, this isn't like 30-year-old women saying bear.
No, this was all age of women answering.
Yeah,
okay, so maybe I haven't seen enough of it.
Ages.
I could be wrong there. I'll admit that. Like, I haven't seen many.
Took away my fireplace.
So
I get that. Like,
no, you're giving too much credit.
Viewing this as mostly younger women are saying this.
No, well, it's all ages. I assure you. I saw a bunch of women who was married to a man saying that.
Yes. Okay. If a woman over 30 is saying this, she's out of her damn mind. I'll give you that. And she is just doing it to be antagonistic.
No, I think some women do believe like men are just all have bad intentions. I know women that way.
Yeah. I was gonna say I had somebody that is not on the internet ask their other friends that are not on the internet, and they almost all said bear.
Yeah.
Had no clue about. They had no idea about this. They almost all chose bear. Like professional women that work in the legal profession. Like, these are not like dumb, uneducated women or like young women. These are all women in their 30s and 40s. They all chose a bear, except for my friend who chose a man for whatever reason. But I do want to give Bree a chance to like nope out because she's got a stream to do pretty soon. So Bree, appreciate you for coming up. I really enjoyed your contribution and conversation.
Thank you, Bree. Thanks. You know, I like arguing with Greg. I love
I
arguing with
like
Reed.
hearing Bree's perspective.
Anytime I can just call up his whiteness versus my blackness, and I know how uncomfortable it makes him, I just really enjoy it.
You're just so inaccurate. I'm terrified of you. Like
I'm
in apocalypse
antagonistic by
situation-
nature, so don't take
Yeah.
it personal. Like it's just how I
don't
am.
ever take anything personally. I'm autistic. I don't understand feelings.
I can see that. But I'm going to be streaming Interview with the Vampire, so I'm gonna scoot on out. No, I thank you for letting me come up. I know it was like a guy's
Heck yeah.
conversation.
Thank you.
I identify
thank you
as
for
a
having
man,
me.
so
Female perspective. I appreciate
Why are
it.
these women here?
all right. I saw that and I was like, let me stay over here in my corner. But I'm glad I can offer any kind of helpful
No, yeah.
insight or help you understand what we're talking about a little bit better. And
You
yeah,
have
fuck you,
definitely-
northern rednecks.
Yes.
Y'all ain't about shit. I'm just kidding.
So make us come back. Like
Okay,
we don't want to.
We'll rock y'all shit this time. We'll win the war.
Number
okay?
2, yeah.
I'm
You
just
think
saying.
a rematch gonna work
Yeah,
for you?
rematch. We're gonna fuck y'all up. Too many black people down here. All right. Bye, y'all.
Chicago got it. Chicago
Bye.
got it. We don't even need the rest of the North.
But
Chicago
y'all southern
can take
northern.
the whole-
Y'all kind of southern though. Y'all gonna come
Chicago
on our
could
side.
take the whole South by themselves.
That's probably true. But y'all really some niggas from the south that's just
Kids.
up there. So come
Yep.
on our side.
Great migration. Great migration.
You're right.
Stay on our
All
side
right.
now. Deal with it.
All right, Bree. Thanks. Jilla, what up, man? How you feeling, Playboy?
Shit, man, I'm good. Just getting back in. I've been listening in though for a minute, so I ain't just see link and click it. I've been listening since.
Oh yeah.
Something.
You ain't gonna hit us with no man drill. So what do you guys talking
No.
about?
So what's the topic?
Yes, what's the topic? I love when he do that. I hate it and love it at the same time. Like now it's like a running joke. Oh man. But yeah. Man, what you got on the topic, man? Because listen, I know Bree be going live in about 30 minutes or so, man. So what you think about this whole thing? Be engraving on the man versus bear, and you said you heard about an hour or two of it, man. So what you got?
Let them bear food broads go choose the bear. Please go get eaten by a bear. That's like 7
Beach
to
blonde,
8.
bear food.
Man, look, please go get eaten by the bear. That's like 7,000 to 8,000 women you could just take out the fucking equation. It would make it a lot easier. It would make it a lot easier. Go be bear food. Bear food Alamo. You could go be bear chicken strips. But no, the one thing I was listening to was the date, the video.
Oh, that date clip?
Yeah,
with the hand?
chick.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I'd have put her.
Man, that triggered me, boy. That triggered me.
I'd have left her right at the beach.
Yes, and this is what you should do.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
This is that is exactly what you should do. That is the proper response. She's dating you, but has no sexual interest in you. Bye. Like that's the point of dating.
Now,
what are
to
you
be
doing
fair,
here?
I would say maybe one date in my entire dating lifetime. Maybe one date has been kind of like that, where we were out on a date, but she didn't really have no sexual. I wouldn't go as far as to say she wasn't sexually attracted to me, but she wasn't about that action, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's probably because we didn't necessarily meet in the usual way that I meet a woman either. You know what I'm saying? We met through a situation. We met through a situation, right? We was both in a place, and we met there. You know what I'm saying? Through like a job or something like that. Let's just call it a job, right?
All right.
So we met through there, right? So it wasn't just that. It wasn't that I seen you on some sexual shit. Because my thing is this:
oh my God.
if you don't know I'm on some freaky shit with you, then you clearly missed my opening line with you. Because I'm probably gonna say something like, "Let me stick my thumb in your butt," something like, you know what I'm saying? I'm feeling.
Oh, what was that one? I like that one. You said I'm gonna come and say, which one of y'all want to wear the sombrero tonight? So you said something like that. I was like, dang, this dude.
Which one of y'all want to be my sombrero? Mi sombrero.
Oh, this dude's stupid.
one of y'all want to get worn like a sombrero tonight? Me,
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, yeah. Which one of y'all want to get worn like a sombrero? I was like, this dude is ignorant.
You know what I'm saying? But that's
shit.
how I approach, right? You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like,
Yeah.
that's why I'm just thinking like, if I approach you, it's gonna be on some what's happening. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I've been broke most of my life, so I know she ain't going out with me for my resources.
That's fair too. I agree on that one. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's a difference when you got the resources and you got to figure it out.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you know what I'm saying?
When
Nah,
we're on the first date,
life.
when I'm telling her to chip in for gas money on the first date, she knows.
Right. No, see,
bro,
right. I don't date that broke. If I ain't got no gas money, I'm calling
I don't think
somebody
I've ever
else.
done that. I'm trying to think.
I'm calling somebody else. You know what I'm saying? I'm not calling that we finna go out and go on a date. I'm calling that I'm finna pick you up. We finna go back to my house, and your feet finna be in the air for about 30 minutes, and that's it.
Right. Which I think this is like not the situation that they're so much complaining about, because like dudes like me or you, we're just like, I have sexual interest in you. I don't want to have sexual interest. I just want to be friends. We're gonna be like, yeah, sorry, no, kick rocks.
Yeah,
like, just,
I'm out.
We'll move on, which is fine.
Right.
But there are those dudes out there who are like,
yeah, there's a lot of
yeah, we'll just be friends.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
yeah.
Let me just be friends with
buddies, besties.
Yeah, you want to know why?
Like,
you want to know why though? Because history has shown that these dumbass bitches will go fuck their guy best friend when they're in distress. So I can't be mad at him for sitting in the friend zone until he gets some coochie. I can't.
It's such a.
It's how he
a
gets
shady
it.
way to do it.
It's
though.
how it is shady. It's dirty. It's dirty macking, but it's like it's you gotta do it right. Like if
bro, it ain't dirty macking. It's not
dirty.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
I don't condone it. But,
Now unless he's sitting back, yeah, that nigga ain't shit. Cool, that's dirty macking. But nigga,
okay,
I've been there.
That's typically what be happening. You've been sat in the friend zone. You sat on the bench for a minute.
I wouldn't say friend zone.
Well, you rode the pine until you got put in the game.
I wouldn't say friend zone.
You was always a player. You just sat on the bench until
we was right. The contract negotiations was always open, right? It was an open contract basically. Yeah, the contract was on the table, but I wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? I was definitely on other shit.
Gotcha.
But you know, my phone rang.
It is dirty macking though. Let's be honest. If a girl's like, I'm not sexually interested in you, and like, I'm gonna hang around till you make a bad life decision. It's at least a little below boards.
That's true because I hang around a lot of women. I hung around a lot of women that made bad life decisions, and maybe that's
I think what you're saying is different though. Like I don't think the people that you're talking about actually said they weren't sexually attracted. They weren't attracted to you. I bet that wasn't with the case.
I ain't sticking it out around there.
Yeah, they probably did like, oh, it's not a good time, or oh no, it's just not, I've got something else going on. That's probably one of them type joints.
Like the one in particular said it openly out loud. Like I would fuck Yella. And this was my ex. This is my ex best friend. This is my ex's friend. Like this is my ex's like pseudo little sister almost. You know what I'm saying?
That's pretty much in another direction entirely.
So you know what I'm saying? He was like, yeah, because I fuck Yella. He handsome. Oh, you will.
Just here to represent the scoundrel.
Different situation, sir. We talking about the dudes that ain't.
The dudes who go into the friend zone willingly, hoping she makes a bad life choice. Them some shady dude. Let's not. There's no shame in calling that out. Like that's shady as fuck. She don't want to fuck you. Move on. Like dust yourself off. It's okay. There's other women.
No, if that's like your focus though, I can't say don't go into the friend zone and don't play the long game, right? But I'm gonna say this: don't let that be your only focus. You can't be playing the long game with just her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's what
and
they
you
do.
ain't out here in the street, right?
That's
you
what
just
they're doing. They're like fixating on one person. Like No,
that's crazy.
bro. Just
I done played the long game, but I was in the game the whole time. So it's just like,
Cause it's like, go ahead, man. My bad.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like I played the long game. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But like I said, it wasn't.
But that wasn't a friend zone situation where you were just like
Yeah, I
obsessed
also
with
don't
her.
do the feet. Yeah. It just, I was just like, okay, all right.
Yeah,
I'll
no,
just
you
tap in
know what
every
we're
now
talking
and
about
then.
here, though. You know, those dudes that are like,
No, yeah, I
oh,
got you.
yeah, that's shady. Those dudes are shady as fuck.
Yeah.
Fixing a car and shit. He doing shit at our house. Like he being her friend.
I'll help you
yeah.
move. You can talk to me about your feelings. As like,
My brother.
bro, come on. You're sexually attracted to her. It ain't that situation. She has enough friends.
Mm-hmm.
She can call her girlfriend if she has to talk about something. Like,
yeah, nah.
Yeah. Like, damn, we talking about them dudes. It's like a stalker plus subscription. Like they would have been a stalker, but she actually was like, oh, he's okay. He's decent.
Bro, like, where's your pride? If a girl don't want to fuck you, fuck her. Move on.
But that's like you said. I'm with you on that. The dudes have to be better than that. We can't fall into that trap.
This is a dude thing.
Yeah,
like,
because even now it's getting even worse now. Like the way we, at least if they were in the friend zone, we were spending no money. Like we were still in proximity and close and associated. But now these dudes like doing the OnlyFans thing and spending all this money on messages.
Yeah, no,
like this stuff is sick. Oh my god.
Yeah, you gotta like someone needs to teach these dudes not to get hung up on one girl, man.
Oh, it's
like, ain't no people special. Nobody's special, especially not some girl. Like, bro,
I mean,
there
if
are
that one girl is tickling your fantasy though, like that's something different.
Yeah,
that's something different.
Yeah,
now,
you might be infatuated for a minute, but as soon as she doesn't want it, like doesn't have interest in you, you should be like, okay, bye.
Yeah, we got to build the bros better.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, just have some pride in yourself, man. She's missing out. She don't want to fuck you. What's wrong with her? Move on.
Man,
I'm saying this is an ugly dude who has to like work embarrassingly hard to get a woman to sleep with me. Like, man. I got to put the effort in, bro. Look, and I'm still like, you don't want to fuck me?
Shoot.
Ew.
Right, that's kind of how I look at it. But I don't really look down at them dudes because to me, it's just like a strip club.
Yeah. You got a different feeling. You got a whole ecosystem view of this whole thing.
Yeah. Them niggas need to exist so the niggas who just got riz can get the pussy without money. You see what I'm saying? Like they need to know what the suckers look like so they can identify the real niggas out of the whole pack.
What's really funny though is like 9 times out of 10, if you just tell the girl like bye, like they'll be like, "Hey, where you going? What's up? What?" Now all of a sudden they're like kind of interested, and you're just like, "Yeah, all right."
Man, but ultimately though, the dudes got to have more self-esteem.
Yes,
we need more self-esteem because the stuff we submit ourselves to for such little returns. That's on us. And I know I didn't have anybody to teach me any better. I had to grow out of it on my own. But I see it in other dudes. I hear it in other dudes, and they be like, "Dang, it break your heart." But you know they ain't gonna listen because they horny.
Right.
They thirsty.
Yeah. That's
I know you ain't gonna
exactly
listen. I know you ain't gonna listen.
Never. Horny brain is just dumb. Like you make the worst decisions. Like women and men. Like don't ever think when you're horny, man. It's a bad scene. But yeah, that's what I was basically getting at. Is like, yeah,
well, I get you, man. The friend zone thing is terrible for women. Cause man, I get what you're saying. I've seen so many people waiting in the wings. I know most of them think that they can handle it, but you never know which dudes are like really predatory. Like not predatory, like waiting on their chance, like pouncing on the chance, but they gonna pounce on the person. And that's what
predatory. They're gonna take.
Yeah, like that's
because you're alone. That's what.
And
those dudes exist,
and there's no way to know. But there's no way to know, and they don't announce themselves. Like they don't say that that's what I am or who I am.
That's their whole game.
Women, I've heard so many women look at us as guys. You're like, you need to call out your friends. I'm like, none of my friends are going to tell me I'm a rapist. Like nobody is going to come up to me and tell me that. Like, no, I'll never know that. And I'm never in a room with a dude like taking advantage of. I've never been there. No dude I know. There's one dude that said one weird thing around me, and we shamed him so bad he never. Matter of fact, he kind of disappeared. He was looking at a woman that was 21. We were in our 30s. We were it might have been 40. I don't know. It was somewhere around like late 30s, early 40. And he was looking at this girl, and she was like 22. And my other friend, who's older than me, his daughter was 21. So we started looking at him weird, like, what you looking at kids now? And we talked about him the whole rest of the evening.
Ooh,
like, don't let me find out you talking to kids. Like, don't let me.
Time out.
What's up?
Oh, God damn it!
Yeah. Yeah, something don't sit right about that though.
Go ahead.
That feel like group projection. Cause she ain't a kid. She's very much 21. So if Buddy, who got a 21, hold on, right? So it like
okay.
Put me in the
How
lane where
21?
I mean, no. Ain't no how 21. No, ain't no. 21 is 21.
Yeah, 21.
The only reason that came across as a problem is because Buddy had a daughter that age. Now, if he feels some type of
that
way
made it
about
worse. No, that made it worse.
Even
if he didn't have a daughter, even if he didn't have a 21-year-old daughter, we still been like, dude, what's going on, bro?
But what are we saying?
There are 21-year-olds who act 21 and 21-year-olds who act 15.
Yeah, and if you was dating a 21-year-old, I'd be like, what's going on with you? What's going on with you?
Yeah, I get that. But I did want to touch on this point because
it ain't illegal. I just don't like it.
It was the whole you looking at kids and all this stuff. There's a very distinct difference.
They kids,
but they not kids though, bro. They not kids.
They not, but
right.
they the kids to me.
But right, okay, so that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's an inner projection on something that really ain't nothing wrong with.
I would have to meet.
It's not like I said. It's not illegal.
Dating someone that young, I would have to meet her to be like, is she 21 and acts like she's 30, or is she 21 and acts like she's 15?
Bro, I know 50-year-olds who act like they 21. Yeah. Maturity in a woman nowadays don't mean shit. That's why you was talking about it's a lot of naive bitches taking the bear. No, it's a lot of grown ass dumb bitches that's taking the bear too. It's a lot of adult it's a lot of women out here with 21-year-olds talking about they taking the bear. So that's what I'm saying. It's a lot of grown ass women out here saying it. So
right. But what I'm saying
don't mean shit because they grown talking about they want the princess treatment.
But I wouldn't judge you for dating a 21-year-old who acted like she was 30. But if she acted like she was 15, you know what I'm saying? Like a real young acting girl, I would kind of question that. But if she was like acted like an adult,
what's young acting, bro? Like walking around with barrettes in her hair, some shit. Like,
yeah, like I'm saying, if you're one of my friends and I'm like, and you're dating a girl that young, I'm gonna at least want to know. All right, if she's like acting like she's still in high school or whatever, party girl, I'm gonna be a little questioning of you. But if she's like got her shit together and she's like a normal girl, then
so what if I date a 40-year-old that's like that?
I would still question you. It'd be just weird.
Then, right. So my point is this: it doesn't make it a thing where it's an issue. You know what I'm saying? I don't get how that's shame worthy.
Yeah, I would. I don't know, man. I would probably shame you in either case, just because but not shame. I would give you shit. I wouldn't shame.
So you talking about the character? I'm talking about just the age of 21.
You're right.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. To me, it's not like as long as it's legal, it's not necessarily the age that would cause me to give you shit about it. So much as like,
I'm gonna give you
but
shit.
That's any girl. Like if she acted crazy in any way, I would probably give you some shit about it. If there was some weird shit going on, if she like looked exactly like your mom, I would give you some shit about it.
Oh no.
Yeah. Don't say like
no.
Yeah, you're right. If I was dating someone who looks like my mom, I would expect you to give me shit about it.
I'm glad my mama got one of them names where I would never date.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying though. It's like I would have to meet the person, but I'm glad. I wanted to bring up something Arshawn said. Like men should shame other men. This is what I want to get across. Men don't talk about our sex lives like that. We don't go into like. We're not women. We don't go into details about the person. Like, we'll talk about things in the abstract, maybe. And a lot of times we'll exaggerate or lie, but it's not like we're like, yeah, so me and Mindy were sitting there and she was like, I don't really want to, but I was like, you're gonna. Like, that's not a conversation dudes have normally. Like, at least in my circles, I've never had that. Like, oh, yeah. Like, they'll be like, yeah, I got laid, but they won't give you like a breakdown of how the situation went or anything.
Man, if that shit was crazy, Greg, if that shit was wild, I'm giving you every detail.
Right. If it was,
no. I tied the bitch foot to the ceiling fan and I put that bitch on high. I'm telling
but
you.
But if I was like, okay, she didn't really want to, but I guilt tripped her into it, that's not like something I'm going to say.
I ain't telling you that.
Right.
Like, yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Put some in our drink and shit.
We don't know what our friends are like, you know what I'm saying? What they're like.
No. But that I don't want what I was saying to discredit Rashawn, what you were ultimately saying though, bro. Because I get what you said. It's like this kind of what Greg is saying. Like we don't have to do to, even if that is how y'all feel, that's how y'all group of men move, and that's cool. Like, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. My gripe about it and how y'all move and y'all bet. What's a group of bears? Herd?
Shoot, I don't even know.
46. A group of bears is a 46. Like Chicago Bears. It's a 46. Yeah. All right. So, how you and your 46 move, I understand. You know what I'm saying? And that's, what I'm saying? That's how
it's a sloth.
Right.
A sloth of bears.
A sloth of bears?
I don't think there are bear names, but.
A gaggle.
Gaggle,
yeah.
There are no Paxton bears. They kill
right. We typically don't keep the super problematic dude around unless we all on some problematic shit.
Right. Yeah. No, your
really
friends.
Don't matter. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's not something that there's not like a group of dudes and there's one dude we all know is a fucking creep and then we're just still friends with him.
Yeah.
Like, that's not really something that happens.
Yeah.
And that's, which is why, like, I understand why women are thinking that, because the way women talk to each other, like, they'll tell each other every detail of everything that ever happened. Like,
yeah, they know each other weirdos. They know their best friend and cheated on their husband and their child ain't his.
Yeah. They know everything. Yeah.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, they're assuming.
I choose the bear. Please do. Because I know you know a secret that would. I know you know a secret that would crush a man that ain't even attached to you as a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You know another woman's secret that would crush a man. So yeah, I hope you walk out there and I hope that motherfucking bed saute rotisserie heifer a la bear. I don't know. However you want to put it.
Just hope it's a grizzly or a polar bear. Because all black or brown bears can do is walk away.
Because they smart. Wouldn't bite into this gamey heifer. She gamey. She tough.
Wow.
Rigid.
Yeah. Polar bear, you're done anyway. I mean, that's an 800-pound animal that lives in a frozen wasteland. Where do you think it gets the calories? Anything it can eat. It doesn't matter. Like, if you see a polar bear, you are fucked.
You probably frozen to death too. Also, you probably gonna freeze to death. Yeah. Either that or you gonna freeze. Because if you see in a polar bear, it's cold as fuck. It's cold as fuck.
Yeah, you're out there somewhere you shouldn't be, in the middle of nowhere. You're done. You ain't gonna run from it. You ain't like, nope. But
fellas, man. I gotta ask Greg a quick question. Yella, I appreciate you coming up, but let me ask Greg a quick question. Do you have a better understanding of why guys were offended? And let me ask you this, Yella, before we get up out of here. I want to know, Greg, do you have a better understanding of why guys were offended from me and Bree? And then Yella, I want to know, how did you feel when you heard that question posed about the bear and the man? Because we didn't get your perspective on how that. Because me and Yella, well, you heard me and Greg having that intent versus impact question, but I want to get your perspective on that. But Greg, do you have a better?
I do, yes, and I'm really glad, especially like Bree's coming up and giving me that I'm maybe overestimating how naive certain women are, which I appreciate that. Like, I could be very well overestimating, because I'm not a woman. I'm incapable of understanding, their thought process entirely. But I still fall onto the intent matters, but I understand your guys' perspective more. And I was never trying to change it. I was never trying to argue with it. I was just trying to
Yeah,
understand
yeah.
why everyone was so upset about. Like, the question is so fascinating to me because of the reaction from so many people, and I never understood the reaction. So yes, I do understand why you're like why it would be offensive to you, but I still think the intent should be considered. Just that's my personal viewpoint,
Gotcha.
but
Yo,
yes, I very much appreciate the conversation because I do understand better.
yeah. I enjoyed it. I even enjoyed the contention that we ironed some stuff out, and like language and culture came into play a couple different times. So it was a good, productive conversation on my, what I think. It was good and
Yeah.
productive.
Bree got to call me
But
out for
yeah.
being white.
Yeah, she did. She did. Shay White. But Yella, how did you when you first heard the Man versus Bear? How did that land on you? Were you offended by it, or was it just like how did you internalize all that?
So I'm at an interesting place in my life now where if it's not a female voice that I'm completely comfortable with, I automatically get in this defensive mode. So when I heard the logic coming from them, I already felt like it was going to be some stupid shit. And then they started to explain it. And it further confirmed why I feel the way I feel about not feeling particularly safe around most women is because their train of thought is harmful to the people around them. And I think we almost minimize the impact of women's thought pattern and actions on how they affect a lot of what's going on. Because their logic behind this was, oh, I choose the bear because the bear would just kill me. Like they have this concept that death isn't painful. Like death would be easy to accept. Like death would be easy to deal with. Like getting mauled by a bear would be okay. As opposed to simply being trapped in the woods with a man. Because there are so many different variables that can happen with a man. Yes, he can strip you naked and do a whole bunch of dangerous shit to you. He can harm you. He can drag you off and throw you in the river. But he also could help you. He can help you get out of those woods. Guess what that bear can't do? That bear can't save you. That bear can only two possibilities. You get 8 or 3. You get 8, you get ripped in half and juggled, or you just get left alone. Which means you'll still be left with the bigger problem of how the fuck you got in the woods. Because remember, genius, you was just dropped in the woods with a bear. So maybe if another person who was also just dropped in the fucking woods can help you get out of it. So no, when I heard this, it further confirmed why, like I said, if it's not a familiar woman, that I am just terrified of most interactions or just listening. They make me feel uncomfortable. They make me feel unsafe. So it gave me an opportunity to see what women to just not deal with anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Or confirmed a lot of why I don't fuck with them. Because if you choosing the bear, I can't fuck with you.
Man, that's a good litmus test for me. 'Cause, man, I swear, I can't. I don't even want to know you. If you chose the bear, don't even let me know.
The bear, the most they're gonna do is kill you. You fucking genius. Have you ever had your arm ripped off before? Have you
Yeah, they're
ever
also
been in the jugular? I wait.
they're not gonna wait till you die to start eating you either. It's not a good way to go, but I don't think they understand that.
Yeah.
I might
But
be
all
giving
right.
them too much benefit. I'll admit that, but I am still giving them benefit of just naivety.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you are entitled to do so. I respect that about you. I just cannot do that myself. I
Understandable.
like because I love the gender war and it exposes stupidity and hypocrisy. Like it exposes stupidity and hypocrisy.
It
I
does,
want these
yeah.
moments
It does bring out a lot of the
to
worst.
be the inflection points where people realize how dumb they are. But because we have like these information silos or like because we have algorithms and like fan bases that like yes
Mm-hmm.
us, like they won't tell us no, you're wrong or you're stupid. So
Mm-hmm.
even when we're wrong, nobody will tell us when we're off. Not even just wrong, but like we're off a little bit, or maybe this is problematic because we'll just run anybody away that disagrees with it. So I want the gender war to help make us better because we're actually men and women are really legitimately pointing out problems in society that they're experiencing, but neither group will listen to the other group to help fix it. They just want to point and say you need to fix it yourself,
I can
and I'm a
respect that.
victim of it. And that's I want us to get to the point where we're like, okay, I hear what you're saying. Now, what would you like us to do about it? How can we help you fix this? Because there's only so much strangers can do for you anyway.
Mm-hmm.
There's only so much, and it's not like every random man like the you have 86,000 people liking your TikTok where you said you chose the bear. 86,000 dudes. What can
Mm-hmm.
we do to make all women in America safer? Probably not much, but
Yeah.
maybe we can start thinking about it. And the more we think about it, the more we can get closer to a solution. Because all of the solutions that I can think of require additional violence, which kind of makes the whole thing weird. It'd be committing violence against the violent people, which just makes us violent. And then it's like, well, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what? Then what?
Now we're on my time. Everyone's violent. So it's got to
Yeah,
be
so
the
it's
good
like,
kind of violent.
yeah, so I don't see a quick fix without violence, and I don't see a long term solution not allowing so many more people to be harmed. So I don't know. I would like to spend more time thinking through solutions instead of just pointing at each other and saying it's your fault, fix it. But man, glad we
Can
had
I
this
say also, like,
conversation. Go ahead.
You
I
think
like
it's fixable?
this is what I love about your channel though. It's like you have like me up here, and I'm one of the most disagreeable cunts on the planet. Like you, it's not. You're like the opposite of an echo chamber, whatever that is, and it's sad that it's always these small channels. Like
Yeah,
because people are just so like I don't feel any. I respect you more, if anything, for the fact that you disagree with me, and we'll say you're wrong on this, and we can have these discussions.
yeah,
Like I'm just saying, I appreciate that, man. I respect that about you. Like we
yeah,
don't have to feel any kind of way about it. It's just we have a disagreement, and we can talk about
yeah,
it like grown folks.
yeah.
Just want to give you a shout.
And for sure, man. I appreciate that, and I definitely and I want to hear what you because you had a question, you had a response, you had a reaction to something I said, but I also don't think that, especially something that I'm not the one that's afraid of men to the degree that they are. I don't think about
Right.
men every day in my personal safety, so it's not for me. It's like I'm not going to take it so personally that I'm going to like I can't stand Greg because we had a disagreement about what women are going through. Like that's weird. Like I'm going to third party rage quit of you know what I'm saying, like dealing with somebody. That's I'm be mad on somebody else's behalf that we disagree. Like that's awkward for me. So like I'm never going to do that about something that I'm not actually experiencing. I'm going to actually try to center the experience of the person that's having it. So like when the women said something, most of them said, "Well, just be unproblematic yourself and let us discern how you are." Like that's what I got from I think Enya and Ane. Like just let us. We have to discern. Like because I like the fact that they took accountability for having to know who they're dealing with, but
Right.
like leaving the accountability on me to not be problematic. And if call out people that we know are an issue. Like when I've quit dealing with family members who were accused of SA. It was like 30 years in the past. So, I mean, nothing I can do about it. But I quit dealing with them. I wouldn't be around them. And I don't even know if it. I don't even know if it was true because it never came up. It was just I don't want to. I know these people. I would say these people were weird in the first place. So it wasn't just like a random person that seemed okay, but he was kind of weird anyway. But I can't. I don't want to be around people that are harming other people that I love. Like I'm gonna try to pick with the people who I'm kind of more loyal to I have a deeper relationship to. I'm gonna give them more credence and hope that they don't lie to me about things that they say they've experienced. So I mean, I'll never know for sure. I can only take the people's word for it. But it's tough. I can only do what I can do. But I'm willing to do more if somebody says there's more that I can do. But I haven't heard that yet. I've just heard complaints and blame. I haven't heard actionable steps that men could take other than calling out. And I've called out people that I know. If they were not even on that level, I don't know anybody that's done sexual assault other than the one person who was accused of it, but it was never taken to court or anything. No police report file. So it's just an accusation. But I don't deal with them off that accusation. But I wasn't dealing with them much before that. So I'm not really, I'm boycotting someplace I didn't shop at. So, it's kind of ineffective. But it's one of those things, man. I really don't know what to do. And I haven't heard too many women say exactly what we could do other than call out the people who we know are doing stuff. And not even trying to be funny here. The women also aren't calling out the people that are doing stuff. So it's hard. It's really difficult when not all women are coming forward. But I also understand why they don't. So it's a really bad situation. But you had said a question when I said something. You had. I don't know if you still remember.
You start going into some other shit. I start thinking about some more shit, man. Man, we're gonna be here for 3, 4 hours. Hey. Cause I was asking, like, do you think that's a thing? No, like, so that's basically do you think that's actually could be a thing?
I'm one of those weird people that believe everything's possible, but not everything's likely. So I think you're talking about like that we could have these conversations and people could quit blaming each other and take accountability and start fixing stuff. Okay. I know that's possible. I don't believe it's likely. That's the issue. Okay. I mean, because we've got over 100 years of like just in the Black community alone, we've got over 100 years. I could go back to Carter G. Woodson, W.E.B. Du Bois. They're talking about the same issues we're having today, and we haven't fixed them. So if 100 years we haven't fixed the problems just within our own community, it's unlikely that people in the larger society are going to fix the problems that have been going on for thousands of years, even beyond our society. That's unlikely. But I know at any time people can make better choices, and groups of people can make different choices. Like all groups of people flocked to the internet. We could all flock to something positive, but I know that's unlikely.
Yeah, because I was sitting there, I'm listening to you, and I'm like, I can't concern.
You're not hopeful.
No, I'm not hopeful because there's nothing to be hopeful about.
Yeah.
Like the foundation hasn't even been laid. I'm sorry. I know it'd be like save one, and I know it's supposed to be like, well, it's just you ain't got the but the numbers we need, not Trump, but I'm like, the number of people we would need to change can't come by just helping them. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of why I be looking at is this worth it? Because if it's not gonna make some actual change, then I don't think too many people are changing. I think really now you just get people to kind of affirm their already existing ideas. So it's not really so much going to be getting the problematic men to change. It would just be spreading the message more, so the non-problematic men would be a part of spreading the message. Thus, not going to stop the problematic men from existing.
Yes. And that's what I'm saying, the violence. Like the only way to solve the problem is actually to kill these dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the only way.
Right.
But you got to know who they are first.
Right.
That's
And
the point.
and if we let the and thus if we let the women determine that, then we might as well just nuke ourselves as men.
Right. Because there will be false accusations and lie.
No, I'm
Humans lie.
just saying because there's so many variances. You could be problematic if you handsy on a third date on at a beach.
Right.
You could be problematic if you want to talk about some shit. Like it's too many levels to where problematic falls with a vast group of women in chunks.
Yeah,
You know what
it's
I'm
a
saying?
complicated interaction. Like the people view it differently. That's like
Right.
the whole thing. But the big point is here, like for any women listening to this, like if there's a dude who's pushy or a sex pest or like whatever, we don't know. They don't tell us about it. Like it's not like we're all sitting there joking about it in a friend group. Like those dudes aren't telling us who they are. If that, so like the solution of calling out the dudes, like, yeah, we would, but they don't tell us the truth either. Like if they're willing to lie to get in that situation and betray your trust, you think they just tell us that? Like,
right, they just super trusting with us. But again, like you
yeah,
said, that's
like
how
no,
they're
shady.
Like they
shady dudes are
bold-faced
shady
lie.
dudes.
Yeah, they bold-faced lie to the man in their life and then go tell their friend the truth.
You know what's weird though?
Yeah, like
I've seen like dudes in rap lyrics and dudes on like prominent shows. They tell on themselves more, like with big platforms. Like I just heard some dude the other day talk about putting something in somebody's drink, and I'm like, and these dudes are laughing, and I'm like, how are y'all sitting there laughing with dude? And he talking about
that whole group needs to be taken care of violently.
Like not even like a podcast, it was like a major platform. I don't know if it was Drink Champs. I don't think it was Drink Champs, but it was like one of those big media platforms. And this dude was joking around like that. I'm like, this is crazy, and everybody just laughing about it. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah, no,
but it's never people on my level. It's never people around me. It's always like people that got money, and that money seems to like give them armor. Like they don't seem to get caught up. Like even Diddy, like he still ain't in jail.
Yeah, like but that's what I'm saying. Like for the normal dude, the normal working class, just run of the mill dude, like we're not sitting there laughing about it, joking, or the friends aren't telling us this shit. They're lying to us too. Yeah. Like if any of my friends are like that, I don't know about it.
Now what I will say, here's where I'm a trash individual. And this might undo this entire string. Now, consenting adults, if they're into some weird stuff or some kink, now I know y'all are gonna bring up that 21 thing. People that I believe are of a certain age, because 21 still bothers me for whatever reason. It bothers me. I would never be able to stop you from doing what you want to do. But anyway, consenting adults, and I've known some cheaters. And I knew they were cheaters, men and women. I did not say anything. I don't know if that's on the same level. For some people, it might be. I don't know. But that's part of my moral ambiguity. No. For some reason, cheating does not bother me to the same level as SA. But I know that still puts people's health at risk. So I can see it still being problematic. It's still a sexual violation. It's not the same at all, but it's still a sexual violation. So that's something I'm going to have to sit with and think about. Because I've known some cheaters, and that don't bother me. Because the men and women were all doing it. And it was like, all of y'all cheaters. Y'all all nasty.
Yeah, I don't get.
But it was like I knew both parts. Like I knew both sides of the marriage, and they were both cheating. And I'm like, should I tell either one since they both doing it?
No, you don't tell neither. You don't never tell nobody. Yeah,
I don't get involved in people's shit, but it's like if someone was bragging about committing SA, I'd be like, "What?
That'd be a problem."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need to be in jail.
Right, I'm calling the police. I ain't just get away. Right. Leave here now. You rapist. No, nigga, we probably finna beat your ass, and we're gonna call the police on
you.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's not like people's relationships are complicated. I'm not getting involved in their shit.
They want us to shade the nigga some shit. They want us to put him out on the street and stone him and treat him like garbage every time. No, we finna whip his ass and he going to jail.
Right.
It's simple.
But cheating isn't the same equivalent. Like that, whatever people are
Yeah,
doing.
no, I
like,
get you.
like,
I know it's not the same. I know it's not the same, but I'm just saying there's a sexual violation. Like if somebody
Right.
goes out and brings back a disease to me, and that person didn't know that you were bringing back the disease, that's a sexual assault. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a gross sexual violation. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, so that's what I'm saying. Like that to me, cheating, the act of cheating itself is not problematic, but you can bring something back that causes deep harm to deep physical harm,
I might have to
prolonged
get
physical
involved
harm
if
to
I
a person.
knew. I definitely wouldn't be
But-
friends with that person anymore.
Yeah, so that's my thing. I'm when I'm sitting here thinking about it and sitting with it, like, dang, man, that feels trash in hindsight. If somebody told me, well, yeah, they came brought me back HIV, I'd be like, God dang, like, oh my God.
Yeah,
I wish
no,
I could've
that's
said something.
that's a different. Like if you didn't wrap it up and you went out and got some strange, like, bro,
Right.
that's a problem.
See, only time that would bother me is if the person who did it had the problem. So like I can feel bad if he or she come to me like, man, they cheated on me and brought me such and such and such. Like I can feel bad, but I'm not gonna be like, damn, I should have said something, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, if the person that did it, like the person that brought it into the situation was like, man, I gave woo this, I'm like, man, you better go say something.
Man.
I got what's name and I ain't said nothing. Boy, you better go say some shit.
Yeah, you're right. Now, if I knew it beforehand, oh my God, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Either
yeah.
you say something
like,
or I'm gonna
I
say
might
something.
get involved. I would get involved in that because that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's causing
That's a good
harm.
point.
That's kind of my thing. Like if you're causing direct harm to someone, I'll get involved. And that's what like SA or bringing someone a disease is the same thing. Like you're causing direct harm to them.
Because nigga, the diabolicalness that could follow with you revealing that you seen them cheating.
Yeah.
After the fact, nigga, so you seen him and you ain't say nothing.
Yeah, I ain't loyal to you.
Man.
I kept you from getting harmed. Thank you. You're welcome.
I ain't shit.
Hey man, it was anyway. I'm about to go through this crazy story. All this stuff is flowing through my head from. Anyway, we're gonna ready to get out of here. I know Bree's live. She'd be the Twitch episode. She's probably getting ready to pop off, man. Greg, I enjoyed this conversation. Yella, I'm glad you popped up. Any last words from you, gents?
No, I'm good. I think we covered it. And I'm sorry I wasn't as crazy as you predicted. I don't think.
No, I thought you were going to get a little bit more into the societal, systemic issue. That's why I had the whole falling down thing. I was like, man, he's going to be like, yeah, anybody in a bad day, it could be anybody. And I was like, yeah, you didn't get into the whole societal, systemic. I just knew there was going to be like a whole history lesson with stats and a couple of charts. And I just knew it was going to be sensitive.
No, I still say every human is dangerous, but
yeah.
I get how it's not like the way it's being interpreted. I don't think it's the same as it's intended, but that's a disagreement.
It's
that's
not.
fair.
No, it's obviously not being interpreted the way the way they intended. But like that's the entire point. Like women are communicating indirectly with men,
right?
So of course the men are going to, not take it.
Me being anti-gender war, I'm trying to translate between the two, and you're trying to encourage it. I understand that.
Yeah, no, I want the gender war. I love it. But there's two lessons that can be learned here. Men can learn to listen to women through, like between the words, which again, it's not their duty, but it would be a social skill that men could learn. And women could learn to speak more directly to what they're trying to actually say instead of speaking around it in a way that could be misconstrued. So both of us could learn something from this, should we choose to, but most people don't. There's a middle path where both of us exert some effort and nobody wants to.
Yeah. Men be better to women, women be better to men. That's where I'm going with it.
Yeah. All right, y'all. We're getting ready to head up out. I'm not about to hit no outro, exit, intro. You know what I'm saying. All right, bye, y'all. Peace.